the dots.
Because he's got grounds really tedious. And she also was in that show in New York City.
Wow,
Yeah, so.
sounds going very well. Well, I'm gonna be introducing you and Heidi Gross. Do you prefer I say Jim Morgan? Okay. Absolutely. We technically have quorum, but we don't have staff.
Start at a time.
Right.
Rick's on his way down. He just had a quick meeting at a stopping up.
Okay. We had quorum, normally, when things are a little bit more black and white and everything, sometimes we give a little patience for starting for more people to come, but my concern is sometimes we run out of time in our pre-meeting and we don't get, everything kind of covered. So in that respect, I'd want to go ahead and start our pre-meeting in case there were questions people had that we run out of time for. So in our pre-meeting, we'll obviously be starting an actual meeting at 5 o'clock. It's really just some time for the commissioners to talk with the staff about specific questions they had in the packet. You're welcome to ask the exact same questions during the meeting, but if you wanted to get a better understanding of certain things, they're here to ask that. Yeah.
Let's start with item 1. I guess the one item
The
on the
item,
agenda.
the one item? Yeah.
On the regular agenda, I should say. What kind of questions do you guys have for me?
So,
Where to start?
well, if you start with the very first thing written.
Okay,
Just the fact that, so there's really two things that were, as far as when you went into like the purpose or the intent of what's being asked. At one point, it's to separate out, there was an original agreement with 3 different developments. 2 of which now have their own solo developer agreements, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
But originally they were all 3 together. Now this is asking that this third one, the continuity of language gets separated out, has its own.
yes,
Is that's correct?
that's part of the act.
Right,
Yes.
this is my point. This is the first part. And all that sounds fine and dandy. It's the second part of the ask that becomes complicated.
Yeah.
So I know we've talked a lot in the past about what I'd like to term compound applications, which is my own made up term. So whether or not,
Good term.
thank you. So in this respect, this is one of those as well. I think it makes sense to separate out this application, clarify the language instead of having it be documented. That it was with the 3, now that the other 2 already have their own, all of that. Sounds great. We should definitely clarify and separate it out. But it's in conjunction with all the other stuff that's being discussed.
Right.
And therefore, really, as we learned in the past, it doesn't make sense to try to split a vote on things. You have to keep in mind that once you give a vote, and no matter what, there's gonna be a vote tonight anyway because of the 45-day
Yep.
request. So whatever the vote is, it'll be on the entire application. There's no going back and separating or doing anything else.
On that subject, just in case anyone has any questions, under state law, an applicant has the right to request a final decision. If they do that, that request needs to be honored within 45 days. We're actually really close to that 45-day period, but just trying to get everything prepared and ready for the county commissioners to look at this. What that means is that today you get one shot. It's either up or down, and the county commissioners will take that into consideration. If it is up, it could be up with a variety of different options. I'll tell you what those are when we do the presentation. But so it doesn't need to be yes to what they're proposing or no to what they're proposing. It could be yes, but if you've got some buts that you want to add into that.
Yeah, and we've done that in the past with the split outs.
We have.
Okay, so with that being said, so we're looking at this whole thing together, regardless of getting it apart. Okay. And I don't mean to run this. Everybody's welcome to jump in and ask questions. I just have a bunch of questions. As far as, let's just start with the first thing. So the revised concept plan number 2. So, because number one is the clarifying of the agreement. Number two, revising the concept plan. Talk to us, please, about the increase in footprint or height of the hotel.
So the existing concept plan shows a much smaller hotel up next to the highway. The proposed concept plan shows a larger hotel at the rear of the site. There's a couple of complications that we're trying to figure out. The existing concept plan only shows a stretch right up next to the highway. It doesn't show in the existing concept plan that bigger piece that's behind it. I have looked at the previous agreement, the 2015 agreement, which does show the entire site being built out. So I'll show you an image of what that looks like.
And I'm sorry, but doesn't the. Let's go with the second one. So 2015 is the first. Excuse me. Then
2023.
23
Mhm.
would be the revised new one, current one. Does that not replace the 2015?
Yes,
So
so,
regardless of what's in 2015, 2023 is what we're going on with.
yep, that's right.
And it does not show that person.
It does not, well, it doesn't show that part of the parcel.
Ah.
Yep.
The parcel was in both DAs.
Sorry,
The parcel was in both DAs. It's not missing from the 2015.
It's not.
no, it's in the 2015, it's in the 2023, and it's in the it's the current proposal.
Okay,
The parcel is, we're talking about the drawing.
okay. The parcel is, the drawing's not.
Correct.
We're getting, okay, got it. Thank you for the clarity. So you were saying about the hotel and the size.
So the hotel footprint, I measured on the site plan, and it's pretty large. The applicant has told me that a good portion of that's actually underground for underground parking and conference rooms and maybe recreational facilities underground. But the above ground footprint is right around 27,000 square feet.
And what was the last approval at?
Didn't specify. Yeah, now, let me be clear. The applicant is not asking for a 27,000 square foot hotel. They're showing a concept plan that roughly, as I measured it out, shows a potential for a large hotel. The current development agreement, the 2023 one, and the proposed development agreement, and the CBR1 zone, and all of the development regulations that we have right now do not say how big or how small a hotel can be. It does say how tall
Right.
it can be.
And that is,
50 feet in the CBR1 zone. The applicant is requesting 60 feet. So that is a difference.
understood,
But doesn't mean that the hotel will be 50 feet or 60 feet,
but it could be if they get.
but it could be if they want it to be. So it's best to plan as if it could be.
And there isn't specifics in here on how much parking will be underground versus above.
No, the specifics on parking is as per the existing ordinance or at the option of the applicant as per a parking study. So if they come back with some scientific evidence that parking can be consolidated or that more parking is needed, then we can adjust that as approvals go forward.
And different ordinances have different language or lack of about parking with CBR1. Remind me, but I think there's a certain percentage per hotel room or something like that of how much parking is required.
Yeah, so the parking code actually applies to all zones pretty evenly. It's just divided out by the different types of uses.
Okay.
And I actually can't recall exactly how many.
But whatever it
I can
is,
look it
it'll
up.
be in accordance with the parking ordinance
Yeah.
that's law right now.
Yep, that's been part of the code and I don't think we've touched that for,
No.
well, since I've been here. So it's old.
Okay,
Charlie, during the meeting, you plan, I assume, to explain pretty carefully the issues related to development rights and the transferring and because those numbers are a little confusing.
Yeah.
In there and
Yep, I'll walk you through all the numbers and what's happening. I can give you just the quick and dirty right now. But I'll walk you through all that in the meeting. I'll also list out what I've discerned as the appreciable differerences between what is currently approved versus what is being requested. As far as the what was the first one? Yes, I said I was gonna explain.
development right.
Thank you.
transfers.
Sorry, that's my train of thought. As far as the development rights go, the project, the property itself, the exchange was approved for 144 development rights back in 2015 or something like that. In 2023, actually, I think it was even before that, but then 2015 tried to clarify a whole litany, a whole history of past concepts. And then in 2023, the agreement said that reaffirmed 144 development rights on that property, but also said that 80 of them will be moved to Eagle Crest. So 80 of them have been moved to Eagle Crest at this point. So now we've got a remainder of 64 units
That exist on the
that
property.
exist assigned to that specific project. Yes,
64, okay, 64, yes. That's not, that doesn't have to right now include the 20. The 20 brings the 64 back to 84, is that correct?
there's a comma at the end of that sentence.
Okay,
And the applicant currently has 20 floating units that can be assigned somewhere within what the applicant owns in the Wolf Creek development. This is the last project for the applicant to get clarified. So this is the last project to assign those 20.
Define the floating
Yes.
units, that's a term I haven't seen used.
yes.
You guys have heard it as units in the bucket,
A
I
bucket,
believe, is how we explained that in the past. It's just, it's banked units, units that belong to Wolf Creek,
Mhm.
but have not been specifically assigned a parcel.
Mhm.
We talked a little bit about how this works in the Bridges project that
Right.
was readjusted earlier this year, where there were a certain number of units that were assigned to that project. But then they went on and got a PRED approval for a lesser number. It didn't extinguish that previous number. It just said, this is exactly how we're doing the lesser number. That other number is still assigned, and we'll figure it out in a later amendment or proposal.
So I understand that. I also remember in that meeting, the recent meeting with the Bridges contract, there were comments or discussions how this basically ended the amount of TDRs the Wolf Creek bucket had. This was, everything was now fully assigned once the Bridges was, once that contract was done, everything was assigned and there were no more. Where were those 20 floating at that point in conversation?
When we had the conversation about the Bridges project, we were only talking about the Bridges units.
We were talking about the bucket of Wolf Creek TDRs.
We were talking about the bucket assigned to the Bridges project
All
specifically.
right. Okay, so the answer to that question then is that the 20 floating was not being discussed and they still existed. And are they the final TDRs of the bucket of Wolf Creek?
Yes, that's my understanding, is that they are the final. I ran through the numbers, verified what the applicant has shown us. I've got no reason to think that there's anything different there. There's a lot of different documents that I had to go through, and you should see the map that I had to draw to try and figure it out. But yeah, this is the last time that we have to talk about floating units or bucket units or anything like that.
And to clarify, especially for our newer commissioners, Wolf Creek's bucket needs to be used in Wolf Creek,
Yes. Yep,
right?
Yep.
Okay,
that's the 2002 agreement, basically identified that.
and this is this applicant's last project, these 20 floating would be assigned here, he has them in the bucket. And they can't leave.
Right.
So to use them, this is it.
Now, let's just say, for example, the county says, no, we're not really interested in approving this development agreement amendment. In that case, the applicant still has those 20 units that can go somewhere. This leads to the conversation we had about the Bridges. Well, then where do they go? Well, the applicant still would be entitled to whatever that previous contract said to put them somewhere within the Wolf Creek area. And so even whether it's the county or the future city, if that was intended or tried to be withheld, applicant has a contractual obligation, or excuse me, a contractual right to those units to be assigned somewhere there within the Wolf Creek area.
But it would require a reopening of an application, because then you'd be transferring it, like, so if the Bridges was maxed out already, you'd have to reopen an application to get those 20 to come in. He'd have the right to request this, and he has the 20, but it's another process.
That's the pleasant and cooperative way to do it.
Okay,
The harder way is to have a judge decide how that's gonna go.
okay. Okay. So I think this is still going on with what Jeff was asking. So now we're at 84?
So yes, so 64 plus the 20 up to 84. So the, for all intents and purposes, if this agreement is approved, in whatever form it takes with the units that are being, proposed, it will be entitled with 84 dwelling unit, residential development rights.
Mhm.
Um,
How
The
many of those fall within the hotel?
None.
None.
Hotel units don't count as residential units
Mm.
unless they're hotel, unless they're residential suites. So if it could be definable as a residence, kitchen, so cooking facilities, sanitary facilities and sleeping facilities. In that case, they can be definable as a residence and they can count against density. Any other questions about that? As far as
So how do you account for the hotel?
it's a commercial use. Same way you would any other commercial use.
So all of the traffic the hotel is going to create
Mhm.
Yep.
And the water.
is
and the
magically
trash.
gonna get through the canyon and over the pass?
Yep, same as any other commercial use. Now, let me be clear, that doesn't change between today's decision versus the decision that was made in 2023. It's the same.
Yeah, nothing's different on that, so it's, the applicant is not requesting anything different.
Mhm.
So Charlie, in here, there's language about going beyond the 84. Would you?
So, yeah, I guess the comma after the rest of that paragraph. So the applicant is also asking for the right to transfer an additional 60 units into the project to bring the project up to the original 144. That transfer would be from somewhere in the ballot floor, and we're similar to TDRs that we've seen in the past. That right would be a new right. You're not obligated to approve that right.
And is not, it's not a right within the zone that it is,
Correct.
right? So we'd be creating something new.
So, and clarify this, so, and I think we discussed this a little bit, if that's granted. Would it be subject to the prevailing TDR ordinance at the time that it happens, or the TDR ordinance as it exists on the day it's approved?
The applicant with this agreement, as well as with each of the last three that we've discussed, is asking to freeze all laws in place for 25, 30 years. I can't remember what, 25 or 30.
So asking for, but it could be worded otherwise.
It could be worded otherwise. The existing agreement that applies to the property does freeze the CVR1 zone in place. It doesn't necessarily freeze the entire county code in place. Yeah, that's a good question. Good distinction you made.
Okay. And we don't know where those TDRs would come from.
Not yet. No. The other thing to mention is, the way the agreement is drafted, the way that the staff has asked for things to be changed in the agreement is that if that project does receive units, those units aren't allowed to leave, again, later. So this would be a receiving area only, not a sending and receiving area like other floor-based areas are.
Which you wouldn't call it.
No, it's not a reason.
No.
Which brings up another question I have. Can you help explain some of the language where we talk about how part of the property is RE15, but we're not treating it like RE15, so for all intents and purposes, let's treat it like CVR1, but it's not an ask for a rezone?
Yeah, through development agreement, you can write whatever rule you want to write.
Got it.
The county commission can approve. So this is rulemaking.
Mhm.
That's why we have to do a public hearing. That's why it's legislative. What we're doing here is setting the new terms of how this works. And what has happened in the past, rulemaking efforts is the county through the 2023 agreement said, yes, we recognize that there is the RE15 zone that's there. But there is nothing in any of the previous approvals that suggests that that's going to be a single family residential 15,000 square foot lots. All of what has been approved in the past, all the way back through original approvals for whatever reason, suggests that that's going to be a resort, recreation resort oriented community. I have no idea why the RE15 zone is still there. That's final thoughts on that. If you guys had two stabs at this, I would recommend that you change the RE15 to the CVR1. However, you don't have two stabs at this, and we didn't notice it for a rezone. So that's not a possibility at this moment.
Okay. Did you happen to get an answer about the public notice, who it was sent to, how that worked?
So my recommendation, if anyone who lives within 500 feet of the project did not receive a public notice, it's probably here. Probably close to 50 or so. You're gonna want to talk to your postmaster and find out why it wasn't delivered.
So
These,
they were sent.
every single one of these were undeliverable. Yeah, now we sent out a stack that was that big. So I'd say maybe 10% or so came back, 20% came back as undeliverable. Madam Chair, I've got yours right here. It says, what did it say? Return to sender not deliverable as addressed. And it has your exact address as you would, as is otherwise on the tax roll. So if you receive your tax notices, your mailman probably should have done this. If you got a community box where you have, where you're there and some of your neighbors got it, your mailman was just slipping it into each box. And so for whatever reason, it didn't happen. Might have gotten sick and had to go home early that day or something. I don't know. For whatever reason, it came back, but it's not unique to just people who live in that community. There's a couple of them in here that go to, I think we've got California and New York. We've got a few other locations.
But what you're confirming is the procedure was complied with.
It was followed.
For sure. And it's always, and it always has been complied with.
I just want to make sure that that is noted.
And this happens everywhere.
Mhm.
We get ones that are returned to us and there's nothing we can do about it. So,
Understood, but I'm sure that will come up and I want to make sure we have an answer for
yeah,
it.
yep, thank you.
The best thing to say when it comes up is you're here. The point is to get you here and you're here. So noticing worked in some way or another, it just might not have been the exact way that the process went.
And we're hoping to, and most of the time what happens is when a neighbor hears it, they talk to their neighbor and let them know about it, so.
Okay. Have anything else we've got?
Madam Chair, do you mind if I just make a comment?
Yes,
So our meeting procedures is that we go till 8:30.
yes.
And so if we're not able to get to those items on the work session, and this takes up till 8:30.
Mhm.
Then we have a work session scheduled on August 5th.
Okay.
And so those would just be moved to the August 5th agenda.
Okay,
So,
understood.
and you may want to just maybe make a mention of that at the beginning
beginning.
of the meeting, so that if anyone's waiting for them and they think they're,
Mhm.
so just so they're aware.
Okay. Anybody else want to bring up the topic? We got everyone but Laura, and she had called in with a family matter.
Yeah. Yes, to get excused.
Alright. And for the work session item, just so we move in there, obviously, these are situations where an applicant, requests a special meeting with the planning commission. It's kind of an informal setting. The applicant will present to us what they're looking to do and kind of try to get a temperature feedback, or any feedback that they can get before they actually move forward with going on an agenda to make some decisions. Will all 5 applicants be present?
I believe so. And, it's up to them to present. It's not for staff to, champion their project because it's something they're requesting.
Sure.
And so they'll just present that to you. Typically have a work sessions back in this room, but if you'd like to have them, in there, the chambers, it's just, we can't take food into the chambers. So, sometimes we want to come back here to, sometimes your brain gets a little fried late at night. So if you want to get any section, just FYI.
Okay. So, if no one has any further questions, we can move over to the other room.
Work session items on the agenda. They provided us with the guys.
No.
Here's
Hey, John, how are you? See you. Thought Eric was doing D tonight. These aren't that.
Sorry, the bomb goes off only once. Oh,
I just heard the game.
Well, and you're gonna do it. Touching on your toes, excited.
Oh, yeah, there's that. Every time you do some. You've been here all day. No, Randy, you. I left. David Friday, yeah. This is the look of the one.
You're meeting.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the July 22nd, 2025 Ogden Valley Planning Commission. We're going to start with Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation with God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We don't have any minutes this evening, so we'll have a roll call here. We have two new planning commissioners that have joined our commission. We have Commissioner Heidi Gross and we have Commissioner Jim Morgan. Welcome to you both. Everyone is here minus Commissioner Warburton, who has called in and is excused. So we have Commissioners Baumler and Barber, Commissioner Burton, Commissioner Frower, Commissioners Gross and Morgan. First up, does anybody have any conflicts of interest or ex parte communication they need to make public? All right. Okay, so we have one item on tonight's agenda. It's a legislative item, and Director Grover, if you will introduce that type of item to our audience?
You bet. Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is a legislative item, and as such, you will just be giving a recommendation to the county commission. As you review this item, after the staff presents, you'll need to make sure that you'll open and close the public hearing with a motion. Second, which associates with it, so make sure that that happens. And once you bring it back to the planning commission, then it's up to you for deliberation. It's not for additional public comment in that time. Also, with regards to the procedure, the meeting will have Mr. Ewert, he'll do the presentation of the project, and then after that, the applicant, usually you give him some time to ask questions on that, and then after that, that's when you have a public hearing on that. As you look at this decision tonight, you will want to make sure that however you have the correct findings in place, because what you're recommending will be going to the county commission. Now, as part of state code, there's a provision in state code that says that the applicant can request, because of the length of the time, that this either be approved, or you could approve the conditions, or you can deny it. Tabling is not an option tonight, so you either have the option of either approving or denying the request and be forwarded on to the county commission. Mr. Ewert will be presenting.
All right, and just for an explanation to our two new commissioners, as well as anyone in the audience that maybe hasn't participated in the meetings that I've led as chair. I keep a relatively informal meeting in that there's no need to request, Madam Chairman, I ask a question. Take a look down the row, if you see somebody pulling their mic towards them, maybe hold back for a second, but otherwise it is a free-flowing discussion of commissioners with staff, applicant, and then it'll be a formal opening of the public comment. After that, we'll have it back to us for more deliberation and questions, or clarifications from the commission with the applicant or the staff member before calling for a motion.
Chair, do you mind with me?
Yeah.
Comment? We apologize on our monitors. They're not working, so you'll have to use that. You can see our IT department's trying to get fixed for you, so we apologize that that situation, but sometimes you have to roll with it.
Is that just monitors internal, or will that affect the videotape that will be uploaded?
No, the
For
videotape, this will show up on there. That won't be a problem at all. It'll just be what you can see there. So you'll just have to look over there on the screen. So it won't affect anything that the audience sees.
Okay, fantastic. Mr. Ewert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Director Grover mentioned, we've got a request for an amendment to a development agreement. This isn't a typical smaller amendment. I think I'll go fast. This isn't a typical smaller amendment where we're changing the way a paragraph 2 reads. It's a request to essentially reformat and reform the entire agreement as a pertains to the exchange development. The current agreement has 3 different projects built into it. It's got the exchange, it's got Eagle Crest, it's got Bay Ranch. And the applicant has found reason to be a little concerned that there's some ambiguity in there. Staff have reason to be concerned that there's ambiguity in there. And as this new city takes off, I think if in everyone's best interest, if there's crystal clear obligations, expectations, rights, and whatnot, just to avoid future litigation and conflict. So with that request, the applicant has asked to change each of these 3. The first 2, the COVID and Eagle Crest, were done earlier this year. This is the last one of those 3. Subject property is here in red polygon. See, it's over there in the heart of the golf course at Wolf Creek. This area is in CBR1 zone, the exception of a little bit of RA15. We talked a little bit about that in the pre-meeting, and we will address questions about that later if you have any. But for all intents and purposes, the existing development agreement that was approved in 2023 and the currently proposed development agreement essentially treats that RE15 as if it's CBR1. Doesn't increase density or anything like that. It just treats the development styles as if it is in the CBR1 zone. The existing development agreement was approved in 2023, and it only showed a portion of the parcel that it pertained to. So the existing development agreement did pertain to this entire polygon, but only the front portion of it was conceptually planned out. I think there are some who would think that that means that only this portion is approved for development. That's not how it works. It's that only this portion has a concept plan tied to it. The other portion of the project would just fall under the CBR1 zone and whatever regulations apply to the CBR1 zone. So there's no obligation of the CBR1 zone to have a concept development agreement or as per month for a project. So this piece back here, the larger piece, we do find in agreements that predate 2023 that there was development proposed on that piece. Despite in 2023, it was omitted. But I tried to overlay these pretty close to each other so you can see exactly how the differences work. There's some differences in the pretty pictures sell a little bit better, but because of our recording limitations, we've asked the applicant to provide us black and white pages only, simple pages, because the recorder's office only records in black and white. On this proposed concept plan of that you're going to be looking at today, let me back up just a little bit here. The existing concept plan, despite the fact that it doesn't show the other piece of the property, so it doesn't govern the other piece, and how it's going to be laid out, it does show a variety of different uses and buildings. However, the development agreement and concept plan itself doesn't lock any of those uses into the exact location. The development agreement generally says that it's conceptual in nature and is expected to be different in the long run based on specific site considerations and all that. When that happens, there's a little bit of tie to the concept plan that the county can still enforce long terms. But overall, the CBR1 zone and the uses allowed in CBR1 zone are the uses that will apply to any one of the buildings that you see on that parcel. Moving forward with the colors are different. Great. With the current application, the applicant is actually further proposing to stratify those uses. So you can see multi-purpose commercial uses in specific buildings on the project, hotel use on specific parts of the project, townhome uses and multifamily uses. Whereas the previous one, again, like I mentioned, any one of those buildings could get any one of those things.
Charlie, could you speak into the mic a little bit more?
Like this, is that better? Can I eat the microphone? Okay. All that said, development agreements require mutual consideration. Both the existing agreement and the proposed one requires mutual consideration. So this is a legislative process. It is a rulemaking process, and all the procedures that go into rulemaking for land use regulations apply. That's why we're having public hearings. That's why the planning commission gets to take a crack at it. And that's why the county commission makes final decisions on it. County's not obligated to approve, whether it be the planning commission or the county commission. You guys have discretion on whether or not you choose to approve the requested proposal. The developer is not entitled to it. So a couple things to think about there. A development agreement is voluntary. Either party can be compelled to enter into that agreement. So when you're looking at that, you got to take into consideration the rights that currently exist to the project and to the developer. There are rights that currently exist. The CBR1 zone governs. The applicant has the right entitlement through the existing 2023 development agreement to build the entire site to full build out. Question for you guys today is what the applicant proposing, is what the applicant is proposing today beneficial and well balanced to the community? Is the community giving as much that the applicant is receiving, right? It is negotiation, it is mutual consideration, okay? So you want to balance that, figure out, does this go both ways, or is the existing rights that are established to the project sufficient? Okay. Already specified most of this here. By omission from the concept plan, the rest of the property allowed to is allowed to develop as otherwise governed by the county code for the CPR one zone. The developer has the rights in the existing development agreement on the existing concept plan to kind of an a la carte choice of uses that are in the CPR one zone. And there are a lot of uses, a lot of the CPR one zone. The very back of the packet, you'll see uses and development standards. I put it in a table and I compared what is allowed by the CBR one zone, what is not allowed by the CBR one zone, what is allowed maybe is proposed to be a little bit different. And I color coded that. Green means the developer might get a little bit of a boost in rights. Red means the developer is giving up rights. So you can kind of see how that plays into the differences that refines down that a la carte selection that the developer has to more. Be more consistent and very back to back. So it's a table. Yep. But
It starts, I think, on page 123 of 125.
but what that does is it helps us provide more teeth to enforcement of the stratification of those uses.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Please.
So when we look at your side-by-side tables, and thank you very much for putting that together. Under the current code, if we do not approve what they're asking for this more stratified deliberation over here, this could be applied evenly, whether it's a townhome or a multi-use or a hotel or a condo. Whereas the other table breaks it apart and says, okay, not for condos and townhomes, but yes, for a hotel or.
Yeah, that's right. There is a little bit of ambiguity in the middle of if the existing concept plan does have some level of specificity, some of that specificity can be enforced. To what level and what degree? Is it not conceptual? Is it actual and practical? Well, it depends on the parties who's asking the question and ultimately what the judge says. And so we're trying to clarify a lot of that stuff so that we don't have to ask a judge what it is. Okay, the existing development agreement, it gives both parties specific rights and obligations. There are, back up here, already covered that. The existing development agreement has architectural depictions. I'll show you what those look like in just a minute, but they're likely not specific enough to be enforced by either developer or county. But because we're required, whenever there's ambiguity, whenever there's room for interpretation, we are required to air that interpretation in favor of the property right owner. The county doesn't get the benefit of the doubt, or the jurisdiction, the city doesn't get the benefit of the doubt when there's room for interpretation. The applicant, in that case, is to potentially enforce the ambiguities against the county, but not the other way around. That's what that means. This is all we have in the current development agreement, the 2023 development agreement, as far as architectural standards go. I couldn't tell you what applies where or how it lays out. I can't tell you that the eaves, the overhangs, the windows, the frontages of the facades, where they go, how they apply. It's just pictures. So from what I could tell, it's pretty unenforceable from a county perspective, really inconsequential to even have it in the agreement. And if this remains in effect, there's only things to argue about the non-nuclear that this provides in my opinion. So I recommend an amended agreement, not one with architectural design standards, so that you don't even have that question. Applicant proposes what those design standards are. If you remember, as we went through the design of the form-based zone or some of our other form-based, more form-based oriented design regulation, you have very specific design standards, and this doesn't give you that. But I'll show you an interesting relative past that you might be interested in potentially helping the applicant apply to the property. Just from property rights that were initially entitled to the property, the 144 dwelling units. That doesn't include commercial units, doesn't include hotel units, it's just the dwelling units in total. When the Eagle Crest Development Agreement was approved earlier this year, 80 of those units were moved to Eagle Crest. Now, that wasn't a change. that came from that agreement that was actually in the 2023 agreement that said they will be moved. Just earlier this year, we executed that agreement. That leaves 64 units assigned to this parcel. The applicant in the bigger bucket of development rights that the Wolf Creek Resort has still has 20 development rights left. The 2023 agreement tried to take some of that bucket and disperse them out amongst various different projects. So did the 2015 agreement. It's slowly from 2015, there was also a 2016, and there was a 2023, and now slowly been whittled down in how many residential development rights exist, and we're down to 20 floating units that are in that bucket, not assigned to any project. Where those other projects already have their development agreement shored up that say what the maximum development right potential is for each of them. This is the only project left that the applicant owns for those 20 units to be assigned to. So, like I mentioned in the pre-meeting, if the county were to deny the request today, those 20 units are still entitled to the applicant, for the applicant to use. It's just how, when, who, where, what. That's for a judge to decide, and we're trying to help solve the issue so we don't have to go to a judge to make that decision. When I say we, I'm really talking about that future city. Okay. Another thing that the development agreement, the proposed development agreement does differently than the existing development agreement does. The existing development agreement does not have lot development standards. There is no presentation. Does not have lot development standards. It has site development standards. In those site development standards, it does list building height, it lists setbacks from the project exterior boundary. But if you were to subdivide that property up into little pieces, there is no reference in the current CBR1 zone on how the setbacks and the building configuration should work inside of each of those lots. In the absence of that regulation, it's really up to the applicant. The applicant is actually proposing to clarify what those setback regulations should be. For the most part, it's a zero setback, except for certain uses. You can see in the table, there's a 10-foot setback. I believe it was for one of the residential uses. I can't remember if it was townhomes or affordable setback. But you'll see that. So as proposed, we're potentially foregoing the site setbacks, which is 30 feet from the highway, 20 feet all the way around the entire project. Potentially foregoing those in favor of lot setbacks, and some of those lot setbacks are zero setbacks. So as you're thinking about how you may want to see this shape up in your recommendation, if you like the setbacks around the perimeter, you may want to include that back into, or in your recommendation, direct staff to include that in for the county commission's consideration. Well, it's a lot better if I've got pictures, because then I'm not reliant on my imagination.
You want me to pull it up on my computer?
Yeah, that would be great.
What is it under?
It's in the development agreements, long range development agreements, and then the exchange. Go to planning commission, and then today's date. As she's pulling that up. There's a range of different decisions that we do today. First, and the easiest decision is do nothing. Now, it's easiest for you today, that doesn't necessarily mean it's easiest for you or for the city for the future or for the developer for the future. Doing nothing doesn't mean that this project doesn't move forward. Doing nothing means that this project moves forward with all the rights that exist on the property today, including the potential for a large hotel on the portion of the property that doesn't currently have a site concept plan. So that potential is still there. I think there's a lot of clamor going on in the community about this new hotel, this huge hotel, and now it's a brand new right. It's not a new right, it's in the CBR1 zone. The CBR1 zone does not regulate how big a hotel can be. It does regulate how tall a hotel can be. Current CBR1 zone says 50 feet. The applicant is asking for it increase to 60. So as you guys are thinking about your recommendation to the county commission, consider whether or not you're okay with that additional increase of 10 feet for that building. As far as parking regulations go, the applicant is proposing just to comply with the existing parking code the county has. In fact, the applicant is asking for the existing county codes to essentially be frozen in place and apply to the property. There's some potentially reasonable debate that the 2023 agreement did the same thing. If the 2023 agreement definitely froze the CBR1 zone in place, applied it to the property. But it could be debatable that it froze the entire county code in place. So applicant's just asking to make that clear that today's county code applies. That would apply even after incorporation. We go. So scroll down a few slides on the top 6. Stop. Go back to. Okay.
Better there.
We're talking about the specific development categories that the applicant is proposing, that the applicant is not otherwise required to do. That helps the county, that helps the community, the future jurisdiction, with a little bit more predictability in the outcome. A lot of times, counties, communities see the pretty picture on the front end, and it doesn't quite turn out that way. The closer and closer the details are to implementation enforceable, the closer and closer that expectation actually comes to a reality. Okay, go to the next slide. One of the things the applicant is requesting, the CBR1 zone requires 10% commercial floor area. I don't actually know that it's clear enough to say floor area, just 10% commercial. That's a challenge. 10% commercial what? 10% commercial parking lot, 10% commercial floor area, 10% commercial buildings. So we're going to want to be a little more clear if 10% is to be applied to the project. The applicant is requesting that the development agreement just be silent. They're not saying we don't want to do commercial. They're saying let's just let it be silent. Let's let the concept plan govern and dictate how that commercial multi-mixed use buildings will be used. They are definitely planning on doing some commercial. And my guess is the hotel alone would be 10%. So they are requesting for that to go away. And then their request doesn't include any reference to our architectural standards, as I mentioned before, which I think is a benefit, not a detriment. Go ahead to that next slide. Past considerations. So, Madam Chair, as you astutely mentioned in the pre-meeting, considerations before 2023 are no longer applicable to this project, with the exception of if the 2023 agreement clarifies and supplements things from a previous agreement, and some of those previous agreements, like density rights, for example, still prevail. The applicant, as part of this request, is requesting just to obliterate all past agreements and just go with this agreement, so we don't have to question whether something is a supplement or a replacement of the past. But just to make sure that Planning Commission, you're clear and that the community is clear on what has been always planned for this site. This is what's in the 2015 agreement. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So it shows the entire site being built out. Instead of a large hotel in the back of the property, closer to the golf course, the large hotel is closer to the highway. Still a large hotel. It shows a large parking lot in the back. It shows an amphitheater. That back area has what would be kind of a tribute to a historic barn that would be used for that amphitheater and for that community. Go ahead and go to the next slide here. That's the existing concept plan. That's 2023 concept plan. Go ahead and go to the next one. That's the proposed concept plan. So not a whole lot different from what has been historically proposed for the project. It's just kind of rearranging some of those pieces. Okay, go ahead. In the 2015 agreement, I just wanted to give you an example of how architectural standards can be helpful. Still not as helpful as I would like them to be, because sometimes words mean a lot of things, but pictures say 1,000 words, and sometimes some of those words aren't words that you meant to say. But in this case, we are showing the concept plan for the 2015 specifically hones in on areas on that concept plan and identifies an architectural standard. So in that blue area, those buildings would be mercantile, and something about those images should be applied to the architecture within that blue circle. Go ahead and go to the next one. Restaurant and cafe for those two circles. I see kind of more historic, rustic look. The previous one looked a little bit more old town mining. Go ahead and go to the next one. This one is a little more agriculture in nature. That's the hotel it's showing. Hotel is a little confusing because it does show 3 different sites, and I'm not sure if hotel architecture, if that's the thing. That applies to all 3 sites or just the hotel. So some confusion there. Go ahead and go to the next one. And then the barn in the back, you see some of the architectural tributes that the developer had proposed at the time to apply to the project. These are a lot more helpful than the current architectural standards, and could potentially, not that it's these exact architectural standards, but it could potentially help if there were something a little bit more detailed to apply for architectural standards. Once again, this is no longer can be enforced. But if the applicant wants to propose architectural standards, if you would like to request architectural standards, that's certainly something we can work out with the applicant before you here's this. Okay, go ahead and go to the next. So because there are a variety of different things in this agreement request that are different than what's in place today, you've got a spectrum of choices. First choice could be do nothing, but the other side of the spectrum is accept the proposal as requested. And there's something in the middle, right? You can do a mashup, accept some, reject others, maybe add something else that you think you might like. Again, if you add too much, the applicant may find more rights or see more benefit in the rights that he currently has under the 2023 agreement. I don't want to push too hard, but just hard enough that there is mutual consideration and benefit to the community as much as it's going to the applicant. You can accept the clarifications in the agreement, but not the new rights that are coming in agreements. The new right being additional height, the right to do transferable development rights, the ability to stratify the uses into development styles or development types on the project. I've got a better list on the next slide. Go ahead, let's go to the next slide. So if you were just to accept the proposal, in a nutshell, and don't try me if you find in this 40-page agreement that there's a little bit more there to it than this nutshell, but in a nutshell, this is what you'll be getting with it. Take it as is. No enforceable architectural standards, additional concept plan detail, added lot development standards, 4 development categories with specific use provisions. Height maximum increase from 50 to 60 feet, right to import 60 additional units, aka TDRs, from other areas in the valley. No overall site plan minimums, minimum setbacks, 10% minimum commercial not required, allowance for outsourced review experts. That's one thing I did mention before. That is the development agreement. I know the planning commission had some concern with the last 3 proposed agreements, but that is in there. So just wanted to make sure that you were aware that it's in this one as well. And then Wolf Creek Drive pathway extension. That's not part of the applicant's proposal. It is something that the county staff have requested, however. So if you were to pass the proposal on with staff recommendations, the extension of that pathway to the northern side of their site would be required. I see a question.
Charlie, can you explain a little more detail about the right to import the 60 additional units?
Yeah, so right now, the applicant has the right to 84 units on the project, the 144 minus 80, 64 plus 20, 84. He doesn't have the right to the 144 in the original agreement because they were sent to Eagle Crest, right? The applicant is asking for the ability to import back up to and no more than 144 from the previous agreement, but he wants to be able to import that essentially from somewhere else in the valley for it. And from my perspective, it's generally in compliance with the general plan, providing TDRs where density goes into villages and comes from areas that aren't intended to be villages.
What you just said is not my understanding, and I wanna make sure that we get this clear. My understanding is, as per the 2023 agreement, they have the right to 144. The reality is they don't have 144. And in order to utilize the right to 144, they would have to import, which is not a right of the CBR1 zone. But you just said they don't actually have the right to 144.
They have the right to the 144 for the property, but 80 of them were moved.
Right, so they don't have the 144, but they do have a right to 144. But in order to utilize that right, they would need an extra right that they do not have, and that is to
The
import.
TDRs, yep.
Okay.
Without that extra right, if you say, you know what, we're gonna nix the idea of TDRs, we don't wanna recommend that to the county commission. They're stuck at 84.
Right, they have the right to 144, they just don't own them.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Do they have the right to bring the 20 floating in when it's not a receiving zone?
Yes,
Okay.
well, hold on, that is part of the TDR right. So we're talking about whether or not you should enable the TDR, the new TDR right to go with the property. The development agreement does specify that if that is to happen, then this would be a receiving area specifically for those units.
So without giving a new right of designating a CVR1 zone, a receiving area, which is not in the zone.
Correct.
They actually cannot put that 20 from the bucket in.
Not necessarily.
They
That's
own the
a
20
different
and they could move it to a different location, but it actually can't be received into this location without receiving.
The 20 have different rules, and it's abstract. It would take a lot of attorneys and probably several judges to really figure out how it all works, but my understanding is those 20 units apply somewhere within the projects that the applicant owns in Wolf Creek. Applicant essentially gets to make a choice on where they go now. Are they automatically entitled for those 20 units to go to this project? No. They could have gone to some of the other projects. That is something that was punted down the road by previous agreements that probably shouldn't have been agreed to with the punt. It was punted down the road for a future planning commission and a future developer circumstance to come in and discuss the work out. That said, this is the last piece of property within the Wolf Creek development that this applicant controls and owns that doesn't already have a short of development agreement that specifies otherwise. This is the only place left unless the applicant wanted to come and open up one of those other development agreements for those 20 units to go. My understanding was the intention was those 20 units to go to this project the whole time, but it just wasn't written down to say. So does that right exist empirically? No. If the county or the future city were to say, no, you have the right to those 20 units, you just don't have the right to build them. I think that a judge would have a hard time with that, and then you have a judge start like that.
Let's look at past precedent. With the bridges in Kobe, they are not form-based, correct?
Correct.
Yet bucket items were put into that.
Right.
And they did not have to be designated a receiving area in order to receive the buckets from Wolf Creek.
Incorrect.
Incorrect?
They were designated as a receiving area by virtue of the Kobe decision and of the bridges decision. The development agreement specifically referred to them, at least for the Kobe project as that.
Is this a new change that just happened with the, no,
Now, Kobe, that happened in the 2023 agreement.
they designated it in 2023, I was out of the room at the time. In 2023, they designated it specifically as a receiving zone without being form-based.
Correct.
Okay,
And receiving those units. TDRs are a little bit of a straw man. It's up zone and down zone. That's a much easier and much clearer way to talk about this, and we've had this conversation, but probably happens you. But the state code does say if you are going to use whatever TDRs are as a tool, you have to create a sending area, you have to create a receiving area. So this designates this property as a receiving area for the purpose of importing those 20 units. Do I think that they needed to explicitly state that in this agreement? No, I don't think they need to explicitly state that. I think that their attorney was smart to do so. Just in case there was any challenge on whether or not in compliance with state code.
Well, you would agree that they have to explicitly state it in order to get any additional outside of the 12.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah,
outside
sorry,
of Wolf Creek.
I think through, like, yeah.
Outside of Wolf Creek, and 2 yards outside of Wolf Creek coming in would absolutely require a designation of receiving zone.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say absolute, because we're rulemaking, any rule can be made. It just needs to serve a public purpose. So if you wanted to make a brand new development agreement that said, the Wolf Creek project now has 1,000 new units, and you just make them up out of thin air, you can do that. But if we're going to do this thing that the state code calls TDR movement, then we should identify this as a receiving area. And this agreement does that, the COAB agreement does that, and then the bridges doesn't do it the way COAB did it, because COAB was a new addition, right? To Wolf Creek, it wasn't previously a part of it. The bridges already had the 400 whatever units, they were only specified how they're gonna use the 350 or whatever. So slightly different circumstances, very complicated, I'm sorry that I even have to try to explain. Okay, any other questions on just accepting the proposal? Okay, next slide. Masha, just pick and choose what you feel like is appropriate. You could do that. If you pick and choose things that the applicant isn't comfortable with, they can reject and just go with what their current approval is. So some things to consider in this one, you've got, you can select certain rights and benefits. You can. Sorry, it's going to read in yellow. It's not yellow on my monitor. It's just some reason these monitors have gone weird. You can ask for something in addition. I give you a couple of examples here. You know me, every time a project like this moves forward, if it's got enhancement to public pathways, that's just a way to win me over. Public pathways have such an important place in communities, especially communities like this community where there's a golf course and recreation resort kind of areas. So do you want them to extend the pathway even further? Staff is asking them to extend the Highway 158 and Wolf Creek Drive pathway to the northern side of this project. Which we probably would otherwise do just as part of a requirement of the development, but it's gonna be nice and clear to have that in the development agreement. The COVID project, we got from what, 1 mile to 2.5 miles of pathway. So previous agreement was for much less than the new agreement that was readopted earlier this year. Was, I think we brought in an additional 2 to 2.5 miles in that project. The bridges and the exchange, same comments. They provided additional community benefit by virtue of the recreation benefits of these pathways, both recreational and transportation benefits. So not that everyone's going to be walking when it's snowing 4 or 5 feet, but hopefully the 2.5, 3 months out of the year that you can get out, people can enjoy that amenity. So you can ask for something in addition. You can also try and reinsert the 2015 architectural standards, or ask to insert updated additional detail for architectural standards. You can ask for that. And you guys have other ideas that you want to brainstorm. I'm here to bounce ideas off of if you want to. Next slide. So here's an image. Man, I wish these colors were normal. A little bit hard to see, but the black line at the bottom curves up. That's the existing Wolf Creek Drive pathway. The darker bluish purple line that runs across the word called exchange, that's the pathway that staff have asked the applicant to put in as part of this consideration. The blue lines all up by the bridges and the Eagle Crest, those are new pathways paved. These are asphalt paved pathways 10 feet wide, so multi-use community pathways that the applicant has proposed in both Eagle Crest and the bridges that were adopted in the development agreements earlier this year. So that was the applicant's give in exchange for receipt. In each of those cases, I thought those were great mutual considerations, just the pathways alone. But then you add in the benefits of the clarity of those agreements and the reduction of future conflict, and I think the community benefits overall. That's why you saw a positive recommendation from me, and for my opinion, my recommendations can be a spectrum as well. Those were pretty strong recommendations for approval. This one, still recommendation for approval for me, but not quite as strong of a recommendation for approval unless we're seeing things like a community pathway or community public recreation facilities and whatnot. So these three different lines that are in between the end of that purple line in the exchange and the blue lines up in the Eagle Crest and Bridges are potential different alignments. The cyan color that goes up and around that just follows the highway and goes up to Fairways Drive. About 3/4 of a mile. It's gonna be an expensive pathway because it's on that highway, it's on the edge of that highway, but it is 3/4 of a mile. You've got two other options to potentially get through the golf course. Maybe they'll hand out helmets for people who are riding those pathways while golfing is happening, but there are some possibilities. And I know the long-term ideal for this applicant, he's mentioned it several times to me, is to provide a pedestrian corridor that ties the northern part of Wolf Creek to the core of Wolf Creek. And I think this is a great opportunity to look at that. I'm not saying you should require it. I'm just saying here's an opportunity to look at. Okay, go ahead and move to the next. Accept the clarifications, but no new rights. This is a little complicated, but bear with me. I'm gonna start on the right-hand side. So if we did it this way, it would be no unenforceable architectural standards, additional concept plan detail, added lot development standard specificity, and 4 development categories with specific use provisions. Each of those have a lot of benefit to the community just in terms of the clarity that they're offering, clarity and or less potential for conflict that they're offering. Reading, oh, sorry, go ahead. Reading the list on the left-hand side, sorry, go back one more. 2 more. Back 2, 3.
Sorry, Charlie.
Oh, you're good, right there. But if you did it this way, you would be asking the applicant to change what he's proposing. You would be asking him to change to restrict the height to limit it at 50 feet, like the CBR1 zone says. You could try and ask the applicant to go lower than that. He's entitled to 50 feet on the CBR1 zone. I highly doubt we would accept that, but you know, he's here tonight and he can speak for himself. You can ask for no allowance for the TDRs. That means 84 units on this property. Until the applicant moves to work with the future city to expand that, and there's still a possibility there. Inclusion of overall site setback minimums. I think it'd be beneficial to add this back in anyway. I don't think it was intentionally removed. It's just one word, site versus lot. And I think if you add the overall site setback standards, from what I can see from the proposed concept plan, it already complies with those. It'd just be making sure that you're not getting a large hotel right on the property line next to the condos that are right next to it, for example. You could require the 10% commercial floor area. You could add that back in. Just from a marketability and a commercial marketability perspective, I'm not so sure that's needed, especially if you don't have the density rights to go with it. It's hard to support commercial, as I think everybody in the valley knows, if you don't have the critical mass needed to have those commercial uses, especially veteran-rated commercial. But that's your prerogative to ask to have back in. It is required by the CBR1 zone. So if we don't change the agreement, or we don't have that in the agreement, it would just default to the CBR1 zone, which requires. And then no allowance for outsourced review experts. You could always ask for that. Now, just a reminder of what has happened with those past 3 agreements. The planning commission did ask for that section to be deleted. The applicant's attorney came back with a counter proposal that the county commission ultimately approved, which said if the county is doing the processing of those applications, then no outsourcing is going to be allowed. So if the future city is going to contract with the county to process building permits, they're comfortable with the fact that the county has all of the established processes in place right now. But they're concerned, just to reemphasize what their attorney told you in our last discussion, they're concerned that the new city getting off the ground running might be a little challenged, to fully understand its rights, responsibilities, and obligations in processing applications. For example, state code changed last year to say that we've got a very narrow window from which we can review subdivision applications. So we have to get our reviews done within that time. If your community or your jurisdiction does not have enough staffing resources to do that, then you're in violation of the state law, and by default, someone's gonna have to contract that out. So, or stay in violation of state law and figure out how to part of the judge, I'm sure. Okay, let's move to the next. Do nothing, just the existing 2023 development agreements in your packet. You can read through it if you want to. There's actually a portion that applies to the exchange is relatively short, only a page and a half or so. Add on some exhibits that go with it. You're not going to be getting the clarity from the agreement, so there's benefit to having that clarity, but it is possible to do nothing.
If we did nothing hypothetically, would they get 64 or 84 units?
I'm gonna hypothetically distance from the specific project and developer and future jurisdiction and just say that in some hypothetical world, if that same question came up and I was the judge, I would say they get 20 units. And if the jurisdiction that is governing that maybe doesn't allow it to go here, doesn't cooperate with the developer in receiving those rights, and the jurisdiction will have to make the developer value of those rights. And I'm saying that from a little bit of experience and knowledge, because that has happened in other jurisdictions. One example is Saratoga Springs. Developer had the right to build over there. The city approved the reconfiguration of those rights. The public filed referendum. They were able to get referendum on the ballot, and the public voted against the city council's decision. That went to court. And the taxpayers had to pay the developer the fair market value of that property. So it's, when we're talking about trying to eliminate future conflict, told you guys this story before, the county or the city of Lowe, I can't remember which one it was, did something somewhat similar. A few years back, it was the applicant's attorney that represented the developer in that case. And in that case, it's a little bit more than just a referral because the public didn't fully understand the complications that they would then have to buy the property from the developer. In that case, there was evidence that the legislative body purposefully interpreted the document in a way that it wasn't intended to be interpreted in the first place. That was the first time in the state history that a judge has applied punitive damages, bankrupted that jurisdiction. That jurisdiction lost its AAA rating, had to raise taxes to climb out of the hole that it went into. I don't know how much the developer got out of that, but I do know that the applicant's attorney has a nice piece of property in Costa Rica as a result, and he will tell you all about his, I can't remember if it's Ferrari or Lamborghini, but he'll tell you all about that if you ask.
That hypothetical doesn't also apply to the other 60 which they would like to put into this document.
The other 60, that is a new right. So if you were to say no to the other 60, or the future city were to say no to the other 60 under the do nothing scenario, I think that's well within the community's right to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Some complications here. Are we clear on this?
Okay, two things you haven't mentioned, and I don't think we're in the agreement or discussed at all. One of them is county code or status, any other code or status governing what a developer may have to do when they build a hotel or something with respect to employee housing or that whole bucket of special housing. That's one. And the second, the project like this, I would imagine waste treatment is going to be an issue, and that's not mentioned in here.
Yep. So, answer the first one first. The CBR1 zone does not have any requirement for employee housing. The DRR1 zone, that's what the ski resorts up at the top of the mountains have, and the form-based zone, which is what is down kind of that four-way intersection of roadways. Those do have requirements for employee housing, but the CBR will do. So not currently a requirement.
So you know what that's all about, and what you've seen in Western Weaver or other places. What's your outlook towards it?
Honestly, I think the valley needs to find a way to provide affordable housing in some manner.
And
And
affordable housing is different than employee housing.
yeah,
We're not talking about affordable housing.
well, I use the term for a reason. Whether it's for employees or for other service industry folks, whether it's employees of the resort or employees of the IHC facility that needs to go in right down the road because of the new density. It's all the same bucket to me, but certainly there is a difference and a difference can be applied. Out in Western Weaver County, what they're doing is they're upzoning like gangbusters. I think we had a total potential build out at one point in time, which was over 100 years into the future based on current trends of 14,500 dwelling units. In 2 years, they've got the request and almost approval for 2,000 additional dwelling units. So give or take a few thousand based on one of these two, thanks to county commission meetings. But so in those cases, the flood of the market is the response to the housing affordability crisis that we're experiencing. Right now, it's a constraint. It's a supply and demand issue. And so they're trying to eliminate this constraint.
So can you be maybe even a little more specific? You know, in this case, in your experience with a hotel of some size going in, what would you recommend, or is that even an issue?
Where there isn't a current requirement and there's not currently an obligation on behalf of the developer, and there's nothing that's been offered by the developer. I don't know if it's something I would press, but it is certainly something worth asking. If you're interested in hearing the answer from a developer, you can ask that to them. From my experience and my knowledge of what happens in other communities, finding ways to house the resort's employees is incredibly important. Will be especially important in the Ogden Valley because of the Ogden King. It's not always fun to approve housing that is more affordable and more attainable in the community, but it's gonna be necessary. We're not gonna blow out all the cliff edges in the Ogden Canyon and put a highway there. And if we continue to grow like we are, and you guys allow to do whatever they wanna do, it's just a matter of time before you see that can improve, especially with the Olympics coming in the next 10 years. So it's not a hint, I'm not telling you that we've had that conversation yet, but I'm thinking it's coming. So other jurisdictions, other Park City, Vale, Aspen, Breckenridge, each of them have some requirement for worker housing in those resorts. Our DRR1 zone also has a requirement for worker housing. It's not just attainable, not just affordable, but worker housing to be provided within that resort for resort workers. It's just a little bit different because it's not technically a resort anymore, even though the zone has the word resort in it.
And what about your outlook towards the waste treatment for a project?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that one. That's gonna be a question that needs to be answered, that and access to water. Be a question that the developer needs to answer before pulling the subdivision plat applications. To file for a subdivision plat to even get consideration by the county, and it will be the same case for the future city. The applicant will provide will serve letter for both sewer and water. In order for that to be even deemed a complete application. Fun fact, fun for me, probably one for you. The code change that said that there's a very limited period of time. The state code change that said there's a very limited period of time for a jurisdiction to review a subdivision application. Specifies after the subdivision application is complete. And one of the requirements for a complete application is a will serve letter from a water company and from a sewer. Some sort of. It doesn't mean it has to be an existing water or sewer.
Just for 1 quick second. It seems like we're moving into a question period for the staff. Are you complete with your presentation?
Let's flip over. I think we are 2 or 3 down. Oh, yeah. So staff recommendation. Go back one more. From my perspective, and I know there's gonna be different opinions on this, the proposal does not lend a substantial community impact above and beyond what the 2023 approvals have already done. A light to moderate potential impact, things like additional height, transferable development rights, site development standards, et cetera, can be mitigated, limited, or eliminated by your recommendation. So keep those in the back of your mind as you're thinking about that. The applicant's request for clarification will help avoid the future conflict. Additional site specificity will help provide more predictable outcomes. Go to the next. Proposed use restrictions and permissions will also provide more predictable outcomes. Proposed transferable development rights supported or are supported by the general plan. Doesn't mean you have to approve it or allow it, but if you do, you can base your finding on evidence it's supported by the general plan. And village development is also supported by the general plan. And the general plan does show Wolf Creek has a village to be built out. Okay, we're gonna go for the next one. Okay, this is the end. So normally you'll have three options up here. The second option is usually to table because the applicant had asked for a final decision. Like I mentioned in the pre-meeting, you've got to, it's either approved with or without your own requested changes, or recommend approval or recommend denial. You guys want to make the final decision. That recommendation will go to the county commission for a final decision. Now I'm ready for questions.
So questions by the commission?
One question regarding the hotel. I think I heard you say, under the current development agreement, a hotel is,
Yes,
it can be there.
yes,
And the only limit on the size of that hotel is the height.
right.
Okay. I just recall when we were discussing STRs for a year,
Mhm.
it was discussed that there's pressure for STRs because there is no alternative. There's no hotel. So does that factor into your recommendation on this hotel? That we're taking pressure off STRs by putting people for nightly rentals in a hotel?
It is a thought that I had as I was doing my analysis, but ultimately it doesn't factor into my recommendation because the hotel was previously approved. Therefore, no change, moving into the future. There wasn't a need to do that evaluation. However, it is a fact that there is a market for overnight rentals. Some people like the niche market. It's not niche anymore, of short-term rentals to rent a whole house. Other people would prefer to have a hotel option. Right now, if you want to get a hotel, because you're staying in Ogden Valley, you've got to get a hotel down here with the exception of the one that's in still small. So,
So
There's a-
Canyon,
yeah, so more traffic in Ogden Canyon for people who are in the hotel.
and the 10 feet additional would increase the capacity of their hotel.
It could. Some people are saying this is gonna be a 6-story hotel. I think that would be very hard to get a 6-story hotel. Given standard story heights, you might see a 5-story hotel with 60. You might see a 4-story hotel with 50.
Thank you. Charlie, can you talk a little bit more about traffic capacity?
Yes, one of the reasons why you don't see a bigger analysis of traffic capacity in your report is because from what is existing and what is proposed, there isn't a significant difference in traffic demand. Now, if you were to
Can you explain what you just said?
Yeah. So the 2023 agreement can build out essentially the full build out, very similar to how this can build out with very similar uses and very similar traffic impacts. The only exception to that in my mind is whether or not those 60 TDRs are allowed to be moved back in. All right, 80 TDRs are allowed to be moved back in. I can't remember.
So there's the 4, there's the 64, there's the 20 in the bucket, and then there's another 60 that magically moves here.
Yes, 60. Yep, that could magically appear as long as they're plucked off of,
Somewhere else. in the-
farm fields or the hillsides or whatever it is. Yeah, however, when you're looking at traffic demand to this particular project, where previous agreements showed 144 were allowed. Then another iteration of previous agreements said, oh, we're gonna move some of those away. They're actually reducing traffic impact on that particular highway and in those particular entrances. UDOT will require on Highway 158, they're gonna require acceleration lanes if they're not already there in that location. That is something the applicant has had to deal with other developments that have gone in the valley, Kentucky superior. Because it's a UDOT facility, you could certainly request additional traffic considerations. For example, ask for a traffic study. I wouldn't recommend very specific considerations because if it's not supportable by a traffic study and it's not volunteered by the applicant, it's an exaction. And it might be an unlawful exaction if it's not supportable by science. What somebody thinks traffic is and what the engineers say traffic is are two different things. Perception on a road that's level of service A, for example, is one car every few would mark between, and then you never have to wait to get out of your driveway. Level of service D is when the traffic experts start saying, hey, you need to make some upgrades to this facility. And that's when somebody has to wait a certain period of time to get out of the driveway. So what someone thinks is more cars isn't necessarily what a traffic engineer says would merit increased infrastructure.
However, since this is a state road and it's UDOT, anything that they would request or require is between the applicant and the state, is that correct?
Yeah, I hesitate to say yes emphatically because we had that same experience over on Highway 39 and Old Traverse Loop Road. Where the lawful exaction period of time came when certain subdivisions were going in. The challenge at that time, as you remember, is subdivision after development came in, sometimes small, sometimes big, and it compounded into a scenario in which had all of them showed up in one one request for approval, we definitely would have gotten with UDOT to get improvements for that road. It's incremental change can sometimes go unnoticed, and that's what happened over there. But for this project, the amount of impact that this one project is going to create on Highway 158 will have to be directly addressed by the applicant. So that's why I'm not particularly worried about capacity. And in fact, I don't see that 2-lane highway changing from 2 lanes to anything more than that, with the exception of maybe some turn lanes, given existing traffic demand and given the amount of trips that this property is likely to turn.
I have a question about the comments you made about setback. There are a lot of various agreements. You brought up the 15, the 23, and then this new proposal. I believe you said the CBR1 zone does not set definitive setbacks.
Not for lot development standards, it only sets definitive setbacks for site development standards. What's the difference? The difference is the lot is here, the project is the site. And CBR1 zone, it's intended to do that. I don't like it, I wouldn't have done it that way, but it was written like that with purpose because the CBR1 zone was originally intended for recreation resort development. So it might have a lot of different lots in it, but the overall site would have the setback.
Okay, I think when you started talking about 30-foot setbacks, you were talking about the 2015 agreement. I don't know where that comment came from. Okay.
The 2023 agreement has that in there too.
Okay, but the new agreement that the applicant is proposing specifically states a 0-foot setback.
For most, yeah, if you pull up the table, there is one 10-foot setback, I can't remember which developments type it.
Okay, so what is currently vested is the CBR1 zone, which has what it states, and versus if we were to move to this one when it comes to setbacks, we're either keeping it the same or actually lowering it to 0. Okay, I want to clarify, thank you. The second question I want clarity on is, so the concept plan that's in the 2023 agreement. Again, it's a concept plan, I understand that concept, see what I did there. Does that mean that anything that's in that picture, which admittedly does not show this other parcel of land, it just shows the concept of the businesses on the road of 158. Any of those items in that concept plan can be shifted, moved, not just on 158, but actually on the full amount of property. Is that correct?
Sorry, the last qualifier that you added in kind of threw me off a little bit. Let me answer the first part first. Yes, concept is a concept. To what degree can the county require the concept be enforced? Kind of depends on what the agreement says. The 2023 agreement doesn't say anything. To the extent of how exact that concept is. Sometimes a developer will provide you with a survey plat as their concept plan. And it has specific dimensions and callouts, and that's very specific. And I would say that unless the development agreement says those numbers don't matter, things could be scrambled based off of existing site conditions. I would say that that concept plan and those numbers are applicable. When you just have the pretty picture that doesn't have that level of specificity, it comes down to debate and argument over what was intended, and what's supposed to be. So I've won some of those arguments, I've lost most of those arguments. Won them in the case of saying, hey, you showed this general configuration for streets, showing that you're gonna have exits here, and some pathway connectivity. And now what you're proposing over here is a dead end road. That is definitely not the same thing. And the applicant decided to follow on that and provide some connectivity. However, I've seen the other side happen where you say, this is nowhere near what the concept plan shows, and that way it comes back and said, that's why it's called concept.
Understood.
Not prelim, not final.
However, in this situation, for whatever reason, the concept of the entire exchange development, which admittedly is the commercial core of the village of Wolf Creek and all of that, is along Highway 158. Which without any other, whether it's verbiage or picture or anything, would lead people to believe the driving range is the driving range and all that. Now we have a new picture that shows us a very different configuration with repercussions to the rest of the resort and all of that. I guess my question is, if we quote unquote do nothing, which I think you mean deny, is that, or you,
Yeah.
when you say do nothing, I don't understand it.
Well, do nothing would be status quo, leave everything in place, so yeah, that would be good.
So should we leave it as what's vested in the 2023 agreement? Are they automatically able to move the boxes of the picture around, or is that requirement, a legal matter or something like that?
Not only would, well, it is a legal question if the parties disagree. So we're trying to help answer that question in advance and let you eliminate some of that disagreement. But it's a question of, not only do I think that they would be allowed, if you were to go all the way through this and get to a judge, I think they'd be allowed to move the boxes around. Could they completely scramble it, turn it into a dead end road or something like that, like I mentioned? Probably not, but I think they could move the boxes around, not just anywhere on the property, but they could move the boxes within that concept that they had, plus add a bunch of boxes to the rest of the property. Just because the rest, I fault no one for thinking that the approved concept plans means that only that's allowed and nothing else is allowed, so that other piece means that's all gonna be a field forever. I fault no one for believing that, because it sure seems like that. But when you get into the legal principles of, I goes to the runner, and the runner is always the property owner. If there's a way to interpret things more than one way, if it's ambiguous, if there's conflict, in many cases, it's gotta be interpreted in favor of the landowner. If you apply that principle, whatever the CBR1 zone can happen on the rest of that property. So basically, omission doesn't mean it's not gonna be built, it just means that we haven't conceptually planned that yet. And there's no requirement, not in the CBR1 zone, not in the development agreement, to conceptually plan.
Understood. Another picture you put up there was from the 2015 agreement, and it had pictures of an amphitheater and all this other stuff. That's not on the new proposal, and I can't read the tiny writing, even with glasses, so I don't know if it says anything about an amphitheater, but from my understanding. First of all, I guess my question is the concert or amphitheater still in play?
It could be.
It's within the conditional uses of the CBR one.
It could be within the permitted use of the CBR1 zone. There's nothing that is being adopted that would stop it from happening. There's nothing being adopted that would require it to happen. If with the current proposal. And by the way, there is a bigger map, a little bit easier to read in the attached to the development agreement, exhibit A.
Okay, I'll look at that.
I said a little bit easier, not a lot.
Okay, and then also, so the 2023 agreement froze the CBR one for what length of time?
I have to go through that. I'm sorry, my laptop's dead. I was scroll right to
Is it, do you know if it is the same length of time that they're currently asking in the new proposal? Or are they asking for more?
You know, I'm gonna have to defer that question to the applicant. I'll go find my charger and pull it up.
Okay, we'll bring it up.
I've got a suspicion that the 2023 agreement doesn't have it at line.
Okay, and then this question is for you, since you just kind of brought it up, the extension of the pathway that you are requesting, you just said to the north, can you give more detail on that?
Just to the northern side of that property along the highway.
So to the end of the, where the golf course kind of ends, before you turn in for,
Not quite to the end of the golf course, just along the frontage of the parcel. So the parcel goes to
you
the
mean
northern.
the exchange parcel?
The exchange.
Got
parcel, yeah. Now, if we're adding additional, we could extend it as far as you want.
Okay,
But as far as you wanted to go, the applicant's willing to do this.
okay, those are my questions for you.
Any other questions for me?
Any other questions from the commission for staff?
Isn't there a pathway in existence now that was part of, that's in, along that property?
It goes to the property, it doesn't go all the way across the front of the property.
Yeah, that's right before it.
If their concept plan, if the buildings on the concept plan go exactly where they're showing it goes, they're gonna have to move the pathway, and they'll probably push it a little bit closer to the highway. It's another thing that I asked for the applicant is to consider to not push it closer to the highway, but maybe bring it into the project. They are providing a pedestrian boulevard, or forget what they call it, pedestrian plaza inside the project. It might be a great amenity for community to be able to use that pathway going through that pedestrian plaza and back out again, meeting up on the highway across the concourse. So, we are asking for it to extend through, but right now that one goes to the southern part of that.
Anything else for staff? We're always able to bring them up again at the.
I won't go too far.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman. Is the applicant in the room, and would you like to come forward?
Hey, Commissioners, John Lewis from Huntsville, Utah.
All right, any questions for the applicant from there? I'll start. Is there an amphitheater planned on this property?
Not current.
Not currently. Okay,
It's all pretty, I guess it's all, concept at this point. We don't have architectural drawings finished or, we're not planning to start anytime soon. We're just trying to make sure this thing is less ambiguous and more clarified. So this commercial core of the valley of the resort has been kind of in place for 30 years. So it's just another attempt to clarify it and use a lot of Charlie's suggestions on what could be clarified in the future. So this is our chance to take those 3 DAs and tear them apart into individual ones and apply it here.
understood. The reason why I keep bringing up the amphitheater is, judging just by that 2015, it looked like it was to that farther corner where it would be basically behind the current townhomes of the Moose Hollow Cascades building, but over by the golf course tee box for number 2, which if it was to come, I'd want it to come back to planning, because I would think that's health, safety and wellness. If people are sitting at a concert and people are still playing golf, we have potential problems.
Sure.
But without it being known at this time. And I mean, and if this gets approved, my concern is that it wouldn't have to come back, it would just be a permitted use. And then we might have a health, safety, and wellness issue.
Right.
Okay. I guess I'll also ask, do you already know where you plan to bring the 60 TDRs from?
Yeah,
That's my last question for the applicant. Anybody else?
I have a question about a hotel. How many rooms are we looking at?
you know, again, it's just concept, we have no idea, I'm guessing about 130, something like that, but it's. The goal of this hotel versus the one down at Eden Crossing would be to have, you know. Different kinds of meetings and, you know, you could have events there, that kind of additional stuff, so. A lot of conference, you know, facilities underground, more parking, so a little bit different concept of a hotel than the one down at the four-way. So again, roughly 130, but we really don't know at this point. But whatever we do, we have to comply with all the codes that are gonna be there at the time and current ones for that matter.
Why the extra 10 feet?
I'm just trying to have enough wiggle room in case concept plans come in differently and architectural plans come in differently.
Any idea how much below ground there will be?
I think quite a bit, you know, definitely one tall floor down, you economically can't go down 2 floors, but I think that's a great place to put your meeting space and put your golf cart storage and a lot of that kind of stuff versus on upgrade. So, and it's kind of, you know, that particular hill is where everybody plays with snow sleds and stuff, so I think that's a good place to kind of have a portico and kind of a uphill version, so you don't have as much above grade as you necessarily would if it was flat, for instance.
I have a question, John. Part of the footprint here is used for overflow parking when there's events in Full Hill, tournaments at Wolf Creek.
Right.
And even using that, there's still a lot of cars parked along the road.
Right.
Over that weekend. Any considerations or going forward for additional parking or?
Yeah, I think that's a big problem we have that this is trying to address, so you have a hotel at the other end of it and commercial in the front of it. But, you know, you kind of look at that parking lot and go, well, why is that so big? And it's because of the overflow parking that we'd like to have a place to put it versus along the highway. So yeah, it's specifically designed for that.
Thank you.
I have another question. If you get underground parking and you're going down,
Right.
how is that gonna impact water tables?
We haven't really seen that water table there, water table problem with that particular location, but obviously if you run into a water table issue, you gotta address it with drains and whatnot, engineering them. But it's a pretty dry hill, actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other thing I was gonna say is I do have some comments. Based on what I've heard you guys say tonight, your concerns, and I think I'll more than willing to answer any of your questions, but what I would like to propose tonight is. Hear you out, I wanna hear what your concerns are, cause this is this is the crown jewel of the valley, in my opinion, I really don't wanna screw it up, and I want everybody's opinion, that's very important, it always has been. I'd like to hear kind of what the audience has to say and come back to you on the next round of questions, so after the public is done, and you guys ask me those questions and whatnot, I'm gonna propose some ideas to you on how to resolve this that maybe can meet us in the middle like we usually do on our projects where, you know, on every one of our projects, frankly, we come up with what are the concerns with trappers or with People Ridge or whatever it is. And I hope to think that we can come up with some good compromise, but I have some ideas on that I want to share, but I want to hear what the other comments are first.
That was incredible timing. I was just about to say, usually when you come with a proposal, there are gives with your gets. And in this one, there aren't. And I was surprised. There's, I mean, a lot of ask and no real offering of what you can do to benefit the community in this proposal. So I appreciate the timing of your comment. Because it sounds like you'll address that after the public comment.
Yeah, there are several, and I will address those after the public comment.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant? We can always bring them back after public comment as well.
I hope you do.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so at this point in time, I will entertain a motion to open the meeting for a public hearing.
A motion to open the meeting for public.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Barber and a second by Commissioner Thrower, all in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. All right, so we will have time now for public comment. Anyone who's here to speak on this specific agenda item, please, you will come down. I ask that you speak directly into the mic. It's very difficult for the recording to pick people up, even if you're just a few inches away. State your name, your address, and we ask that you try to limit the amount of time you speak to around 3 minutes. I'm not a huge stickler, but if you're going on past 5, I'll have to cut you off so there's time for everybody else. Our meetings are supposed to end by 8:30, so I have to manage that time period. Yes, exactly. So, anyone who wishes to speak, please come down towards the podium.
Retrieve my pen. My name is Miranda Menzies. I live at 3807 North Elk Ridge Trail in Eden. I'm a resident of Wolf Creek. I am not speaking on behalf of the Wolf Creek Water and Sewer Improvement District, nor on behalf of any organization that I was previously part of, which included Weaver Pathways, the Trail Foundation of Northern Utah, and also the Wolf Creek Master Homeowners Association. However, I can tell you that all of those experiences inform my comments. The first thing is, I would ask that the agreement be approved. Not exactly as written, but overall, we need to get this commercial core with clarity. I would ask for the following changes or modifications. One is the limitation to 50 feet as contained in the ordinance because of the proximity to existing residential homes all the way through Moose Hollow and Cascade, and also because of the height of the hill where the hotel is proposed. That is going to be an eyesore as far as all of the residential areas along Elkhorn Circle and the housing developments further up the hill. The higher it gets, the more that is going to become the visual focal point. And I would also thought it was appropriate to have architectural guidelines of some sort about what could be built there, that it would be appropriate to the remainder of commercial development. We don't want a purple pyramid with blue spots, even if it's only limited to 5 stories. I would note that because I've been around a long time, I've been told many things over the years. One of them was by Mr. Lewis, who told us when that land was rezoned as commercial from the open space that it was previously, that this was going to be a recreation centre for the community. I know that it's no longer a recreation centre for the community, but maybe the pool, if there is one in the hotel, could be open to the public at times for people to do lap swimming, which would be a huge benefit. I would also suggest that the pathway, this is informed by my experience being the builder of the Wolf Creek Trail, for which I acknowledge Mr. Lewis's support, cooperation. He and I built that together, right, John? We did. Full the way from the 4-way in Valley Market up to Eden. What we need is that path to continue, not going through the pedestrian plaza, because then you have people on bicycles riding through the pedestrian plaza. We needed to go through the project to the north boundary and up to Elkhorn Drive, and preferably all the way to Fairways, where I believe it will pick up the designed path coming up 4100. This is to meet the overall connectivity of public pathways in the valley. There are also other pathways that go off from Elkhorn Drive. There is an existing sidewalk. I would ask for repaving of the Elkhorn Drive section of sidewalk to meet the standards of the remainder of that pathway. We have large numbers of people, and because Elkhorn Drive is divided into 2 lanes, that is the highest collision location. I would also ask that the tunnel, which was for many, many, many years, a part of all development plans, was to put a tunnel between the clubhouse with the golf course on the one side and the back 9 and the front 9 on the east side of the roadway. There was going to be a tunnel to accommodate golf carts to eliminate the traffic risk. With the higher traffic that you're going to have going up to Powder Mountain and also servicing this new commercial area, which I'm looking forward to the restaurants, we need the tunnel. The tunnel is actually already designed, geotechnical engineers, all that good stuff that's been done. And it is needed to minimize the risk and needs to be incorporated into the site plans because of the elevation controls that will come into that. This is why, for example, you don't see golf carts flying across Washington Avenue between one side of Ogden Country Club and the other. There's a tunnel, very common on golf courses. I'd also like to speak briefly to some comments that have been made about water. This is based on my experience with the water world. I'd like to read very briefly from, if I can find it, Mr. Ewert has been, I believe, making statements that are inaccurate about Pineview. Pineview does not include any water that comes back up broadly to the valley. It is only storage. Weber Basin does not have actual water rights. They have storage rights. They release water out of Pineview to satisfy the historic users down in Western Weber and below. But because of the way water rights work, Weber Basin owns the top section of the lake. The really solid water rights are for Ogden City, right at the bottom, and Pineview water users. So Legal Basin does not have the ability to control the entire lake. They also find it remarkably difficult, I say that knowingly, based upon experience, to approve an exchange application that involves surface water. This is because of the way the Bureau of Reclamation contracts are written. If you look at the report written by our good friends at Bowen Collins,
We're gonna need to have you start to wrap it up.
yeah, wrapping up. The reason why wells were rejected as the primary idea was because of the conflict over water rights. There is quite a lot of water in the valley. That is not the issue. The issue is who already owns it. And if in fact historic water rights are purchased and transferred over, it becomes a whole lot easier. But the groundwater is always going to be a point of conflict because the impact can spread so far, as we have found out recently. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
My name is Jan Fulmer. I'm at 3741 Red Hawk Circle in Eden. And while Charlie has pointed out some changes to amending this development agreement, as it stands right now, I respectfully request that the Ogden Valley Planning Commission deny the request. And I have reasons to state for that. Number one, it is not consistent with the Ogden Valley General Plan. The primary focus of this plan is on preserving the valley's rural character. Having a hotel that's 60 feet high, placed at one of the highest elevations in the valley, does not support the rural character of our valley. Now, believe it or not, I found a document back from October 2006. This particular area in Wolf Creek has had plans, and then new plans, and then more new plans, all right? It's gone through a lot of changes, but in October of 2006, based on what's happening today, a very novel event occurred. The county, the developer, the community and the architect actually looked at a building similar to this that was only about 41 feet in high. And they floated helium balloons to see what's it gonna look like at this height in the valley. They backed up, they said that does not look good, and they lowered, it was like a condotel. They lowered it down to approximately where the entrance to Moose Hollow was. So what is a 60-foot tall condotel gonna look like at one of the higher points in the valley? That does not support the general plan. Number two, with respect to transfers of TDRs, transfer development units, I know it's confusing, but there was only one instance where a TDR was transferred that I remember as defined in the general plan. And someone who owned a lot of acreage gave up one of his development rights and actually sold it to someone else. That is what has been intended in the general plan. What is happening now actually jeopardizes the ability to project and track what the total build out of the valley is going to be. And you know, we've got to supply water and processing of sewage to handle the total build out. And right now, it's very difficult to project that and track it. Second, Weber County Planning did hold a community meeting with the residents around Old Town Eden. And the community input resulted in a very nice plan for Old Town Eden with building height restrictions, well thought out conception of what Old Town Eden would look like, street and parking regulations, and many other things. It was really a great plan. However, there's never been any community meeting held by Weber County Planning for Newtown Eden. There actually was a proposal to have the main street of Newtown Eden go from SR 158, where Zion Bank is, to around the post office. But that got totally squelched because someone who owned property on what was going to be our main street built a concrete storage structure, which doesn't exactly look like it adds to a main street of a town that we wanted to plan. The other thing was there was no architectural standards for that concrete building to comply with the architecture of our valley. It's just this concrete structure, and it's not very pleasing. What has been happening is that the review and approval of builder development plans has been happening with little or no community input on what should Newtown Eden look like. Where do we want the main commercial area? It just has not happened. And it was kind of disappointing that Weber County Planning did not follow through with the community meeting. The exchange, both prior and current amendments, simply adds more STRs to our valley. Now, I have been told that actually it reduces the number that the exchange wanted, but it doesn't matter. Because right now, when you look at the total development or the total dwelling units in Ogden Valley, I'm talking single family homes, townhomes, condos, up to 30% of all of those are allowed to do short-term rentals.
Thank you, Jan.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I'm Chad Booth, 5255 East Eden, Utah, and really mine is more of a concurrence with what Jan said and maybe a statement of, I think this is the first time I've sat in one of these meetings and thought, okay, we're talking about the way it should be. We've got a village node concept and it's kind of what is meant to happen in the valley. Unfortunately, each time we come to these meetings, and the times that I come to these meetings, there's always incredible unclearness. One from the presenter, always seems to have an agenda. Maybe I'm reading into that a little bit more based off of my opinions on where the valley's going, but I think based off of some of the questions that are asked from the planning commission, it seems they are also wondering that. So my statement and I guess plea is, let's keep moving in the direction that it seems like the village node concept's there, but let's be clear, let's work together. There's big changes going on in the valley, it's happening soon. And I just don't see why we're being squirrely about it and not being upfront. We're good people in the valley. We all want to work together. We want to work with this side, we want to work with this side. And we're tired of it being, I'm sure the developers are tired of us, of the other side thinking that we're always coming at them, thinking you're doing an awful job with things. And I just think there should be, and it would work so much better going on in the future to be more upfront. If it doesn't always work your way, don't take your toy and go home and figure out a different way of doing it, but let's work better together. That's my statement.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Kay Hoagland. My address is 4465 Kettering in Eden. I am the president of the Master Association for Wolf Creek. I, however, am speaking as an individual today. I will note things that do affect the association and the Wolf Creek Resort as established in 2002. I want to talk about two phenomena, because frankly, I think many of us feel powerless to really affect what goes on, especially after this meeting before the commission. But I want to point out two phenomena I see over the many meetings I've attended here. One is, and they're incremental, by the way, and maybe it's the nature of the beast, but it's worth thinking about. The first is planning creep. What's planning creep? It's when you're looking at projects one by one and not really having any discussion of the whole community and looking at the plan holistically as part of the whole community. Yes, you're supposed to look at and abide by the general plan, but really doesn't discuss much. For example, no map is presented for how this affects the entirety of Wolf Creek, the entirety of Eden. And hence we get developments creeping and spreading. It doesn't relate to other developments currently. There is some discussion of creating more parking at the land formerly known as the Wolf Barn parcel. How does that relate to building yet another parking lot up the hill? Are we going to see what formerly was open space, time after time after time, develop into paved parking lots? Again, holistic approach is needed. In regard to planning creep, I may have a faulty memory about this, but I must say I am somewhat concerned about what is the Wolf Creek Resort as defined by the 2002 agreement as amended. I believe when we were talking about Kobe and about Eagle Crest, and particularly about Kobe, in the discussions of that plan here, it was said this would not be part of Wolf Creek Resort. And therefore was going to be looked at individually. It resolved my concerns about whether it would be subject to the Master Association CCRs. Hearing today, it would appear that that changed. Maybe the master agreement was later amended so as to expand Wolf Creek Resort in the 2002 agreement to allow the developer to move TDRs around an expanded resort area like poker chips, moving them from the center where they were concentrated to new area, further spreading development, like poker chips on the edge of the table, peanut butter off the edges of the sandwich. So I'd say, and again, it's planning creep, it happens incrementally, and I would ask the commission to guard against it and be cognizant. Finally, I want to talk about TDR poker a little bit more. It's transparently clear that no one understands. How, when, how many TDRs exist, or how they may be used, particularly in this development. So good business practice would demand a clarification of all the TDRs, the history, tracking them, especially as they result to this particular developer and how they might have been aggregated from the entire valley. And really an accounting, simple as that. We deserve to know, so we can track that and not just rely on oral histories. Finally, 2 checks, double check the geology and water in that area, underground water, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Gary Palmer, 3741 Red Hawk Circle, in Utah. Just a couple of points. This might be putting the cart before the horse, but as we all know, water and sewer is a big concern in the valley. And I'd just like to ensure for any really development takes place, anything goes on here, that we do have a plan and promise in place for will serve for water and sewer. My second point is kind of coming up as I see golf tournaments going on and I see where the auxiliary parking is, which is where this proposed development is. And my question is, where does that go? And how will that be handled? Because that parking lot or the area is often just filled up with cars. And like I say, it might be putting the cart before the horse. But I do appreciate that the developer does have the right to come in and talk to us about different plans. And good for him for doing that. So thank you, that's all I'd say.
Thank you.
Good evening, Fred Blakely, 5377 Elkhorn Circle in Eden. A lot of good comments we've heard already. I'm not gonna repeat any of those. Just a couple things. I think Mr. Lewis's desire to have a crown jewel of the valley there is very good. And like hearing that, I think we do need some commercial there. I think we don't need a 60-story hotel. I would like to see more specificity with respect to the plans and how that would fit in with our Ogden Valley general plan. And also the plans that I saw show that the driving range would be taken out and part of the second hole, which, you know, a golf course without a driving range is just a bad idea. And the golf course is really one of the crown jewels of the valley as it is. So I like to see that, you know, more plans with respect to that. And you know, with all that going on, I think a traffic study would be a very good idea before anything's really approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ron Gleason, 4426 Sunrise Drive in Eden. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for your service. Those of you that knew, those of you who've been here for a few years. Thank you. Make a couple of comments and try to make a couple of suggestions and focus just on this particular situation. No simple, I can't find a simple, straightforward solution. There's a big web up here and they're connected and I find it very difficult. Cause I look at this is you folks are being asked to deal with a classic spot zoning issue where planning, and Charlie said, we're making up the rules. Make them up, agree to them, and all will be good. This is, regardless of what decision is made, there's gonna be unintended consequences. That's what happens with spot zoning. That's what happens when you're to a certain extent backed into a corner, having to make a decision because of timeframes that the state is forcing on you. So I'm gonna take the direction, line up with what Ms. Menzies says, that I think this should be approved with a few exclusions. 60 feet height, just don't do it. You're setting a bad precedent anybody coming in after this is gonna say, hey, I want something good. I don't care who the municipality is, they're gonna ask for the same thing. TDRs, keep CDR one the way it is. It's defined there, and again. Happens once, it's gonna happen everywhere, please don't do it. And my last. One other thing is, on all the use tables, all of the conditional uses are being turned to permitted uses. I believe that's fine. Couple of things such as utility substations and that. I'm not sure how oversight would happen with those, and I think a few of them, a few of those uses need to have some oversight. I'm not sure what happens if they're all permitted. The last point, and maybe I've missed something here, so please help me out. We've been talking about residential development unit rights. I've heard nothing about what development units are needed for the hotel. Every other zone requires a development rights for the hotels, and everyone I've looked at from Snow Basin, the Powder Mountain, the Eden Crossing, granted they're not CBR1 zones. There was a ratio of 1/3 of a room, one development right to 3 rooms. I see nothing talked about here for the hotel, and I would expect and I would hope that there is the development rights are needed for the hotel itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Christopher Rosberg, 2834 North Valley Road, Eden. My concern is high density housing and the traffic that is supplied will not be an issue. I can't see it that way with the employee housing and all the new building going to take place, especially with the all the construction and all the super heavy trucks that are coming through every single day. It's not a big deal to a lot of people. Some people are cyclists, they like to ride the roads. Roads are crumbling, there's no shoulders. If there is a shoulder, it disappears. It's just a lot of extremely dangerous portions of the road. And it'd be nice to see something addressed with that. I believe what was a traffic circle by the market was supposed to happen at some point, but maybe not anymore. And that's really it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments from the audience? We no longer have Zoom, so it's only limited to who's here. Actually, since I just said that, there was a public comment sent via email. I have discussed with Director Grover the process of handling that in the past. We have not read public comment in to the minutes, and the procedure, as I was informed, is that they actually get attached to the minutes and placed online in perpetuity as part of the public comment that would have been said here, except for they're attached as a document. Is that correct?
That's correct, sure.
All right. So just for the record, there was public comment that should be added on from Nancy Stukin and William Taylor, that are residents affected by this development. Okay. All right, if there are no further comments, then I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll motion to close.
Second that motion.
So once again, we have a motion from Commissioner Barber and a second from Commissioner Grover. All in favor? Aye.
Right.
Okay. All opposed? I didn't hear everybody. Nobody opposed. All right, unanimously passing to close the public hearing. All right, so at this point, we're going to open back up to the commission for discussion, questions, including having staff or the applicant come up as needed. The first thing I'd like to do is ask staff, Charlie, if you could come back around, if there was anything said in public comment that you wish to address. I know I made note of specific questions, but I know that you had answers to in terms of, from Mr. Gleason, development units needed for the hotel, as well as there was a question from the last gentleman, I got Christopher, but I didn't get your last name. and he was discussing employee housing. So if you could at least address those, if there were more that you wanted to address, that's fine too.
I can address as many as you need to. I don't think there's any need for me to go through each unless you guys have specific comments about them, questions. Everybody has a varying range of understanding of facts. And so, some have closer, details of the facts, some have closer details of opinion, and, everything's important. We're always listening to. So with that in mind,
Development units needed for the hotel.
development units, so, Mr. Gleason may not have, been aware that, both the Snow Basin and Powder Mountain, their development agreements have been amended to not require development rights for hotels. That runs, concurrent with, or that is concurred or runs with what's happening at Nordic. The hotels over at Nordic don't require residential development rights. And neither does the hotel in Eagle Crossing. So this is no different. The hotel that was previously proposed and conceptually approved didn't require any residential development rights in the CBR itself. So the BR1 zone used to require a transfer ratio. I don't know if the BR1 zone still does, but I do know the two development agreements for the resorts in the BR1 zone at the top of the hill. They've been both changed.
Charlie, do you want to mention the difference between a hotel and a condo hotel?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned this earlier. A hotel unit is just a suite. A condotel is a residential dwelling unit. It's got a kitchen, it's got sanitation facilities, it's got sleeping quarters. So if you've got a hotel suite with all three of those things, it is definable as a dwelling unit and will count against residential dwelling units. But if it's just a room and a bathroom, it doesn't count.
So as to this particular development, it's just a room and a bathroom in that hotel. Is that what you understand?
I can't say for sure. It could be some suites, but those suites will count against residential development rights.
And so to summarize, if it's a 150 room hotel, none of those 150 rooms are tied to any development rights.
Correct, unless any of them have a kitchen. And kitchen doesn't include, I mean, have a microwave, you might even have a hot plate, and that's not a kitchen.
The other point, the gentleman was discussing employee housing and how that's going to affect traffic and things.
Yeah, I apologize, I didn't get the full comment. I was trying to finish up notes on previous comments. As far as employee housing goes, if we're trying to import traffic from the lower valley area, you're gonna be bringing all that traffic. If you're trying to import, workers from the lower valley area, you're gonna import all that to the canyon, maybe some up over Traverse Loop. But the primary workforce for service workers is gonna be the Ogden area. So, second to the question?
Well, is there employee housing in this agreement?
No.
Okay, that would get to the question. So there is no employee housing being proposed in this agreement?
No.
Okay. So otherwise I would have a different discussion with you regarding whether or not what you just said is true, but it's irrelevant. There's no employee housing in this specific proposal. Okay. All right. Any questions from the commission or discussion with the commission regarding anything you need Charlie to answer?
Can you talk, Charlie, a little bit about what Mr. Fulmer mentioned about where is the parking overflow going to be? Does this have sufficient space for that to happen when Lowe Creek puts on a tournament?
We didn't evaluate this specific request based on use of the golf course. We just evaluated it based on what's in the concept plan. That said, when they come in with actual development plans, you know, the specific details that go into subdividing and building and site development, site design, that's when we will calculate parking. If there's intended to be shared or crossover parking, which I think that big parking lot is intended to be that, they will need to provide enough parking spaces for all uses, not just what this development is providing. So if hotel, or excuse me, hotels, if tournaments are going to be using this as part of that parking, they will address that.
Another thing that was mentioned too was water and sewer, and those will serve letters and all that's required as subdivision. It's not required this time, and Charlie mentioned that in his presentation.
Yeah, that's a good question that Mr. Bowman had, and I can sure the law requires those will serve letters before they can move forward with development.
And my understanding and how we've been told and trained to behave as planning commissioners are that to make it very simple in comment, land and water are a bit separate. When things come in front of us, we're not really able to discuss whether or not there's enough water. All of that is something that they do with their appropriate water boards. Wow. Okay, appropriate water boards. All we need to be able to require is this can and will serve letter before anything can happen.
Right, we have to require, we get those letters from the different water and sewer companies, or maybe the health department if there's not a sewer involved. So that's all. They have to provide those well letters to us.
So keep in mind, a decision like this is legislative.
Right.
So if you feel like there's not enough water, not enough sewer, there is some finding that you can put to that, at least from a public perception perspective.
Understood, but and this is, thank you very much, because given the concept that they.
Calm down. Ooh.
I'm gonna project it. Okay, I'm scared of this again. Given that they're by rights currently allowed 144 development units on the site. With that agreement and everything, I would imagine, again, I'm not on a water board, we're not talking to water board people. I would imagine that they have had some negotiations to make sure that there would be enough water and sewer to supply for those 144. Whether or not that's true, here's where I find a problem moving forward. The 144, because what were the numbers? 80 got moved, but stayed in Wolf Creek, just a different development in Wolf Creek. Now, in order to get back to the 144, they would need to take another, whether it's 60 or 80 from somewhere from the valley floor and bring it into Wolf Creek, thereby adding, no matter what, an additional burden of 60 or 100 development units for water and sewer. Without being a water expert, that just seems like common sense.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, I think that is pertinent to discussion. Okay. All right.
Okay, so my question then, so we have 144 units. Now we're gonna have a hotel with 100 some odd units in that. With all the toilets and showers, and you gotta think of the laundry. And the sewer. How does that fit in with that 144?
Big demand, right? Whether or not it's 104 residential dwelling units or 1,000 hotel units, there's a lot to there's a lot required when it comes to utilities, specifically water and sewer, but other utilities as well. Something that I joked about in the past, one of the best open space plans is approving big plans with no water. You can't develop unless you can prove that you've got access to water. You can't develop unless you can prove that you've got access. How do you get access to it? There's a little bit different question there. Today, we don't need to answer the question whether or not they have access to it. Today, we need to ask the question whether or not they are allowed to move forward with certain plans, because from those plans rises the request for water, rises the request for utilities. From those plans comes in potential finance opportunities. Lenders are not going to lend on a development that doesn't have at least the legislative approval of that development. And if finance isn't freed up, then there's no access to water and sewer unless something is self-funded. So thinking about it that way, they're just asking whether or not the county will allow it to happen. They're not necessarily asking whether or not it can happen because there's enough utility. All of that has to be fleshed out when they come to specific development applications. Does that make sense? So if there's not enough water for that hotel to go in, it doesn't go in. They will need to show us that Wolf Creek Water and Sewer has enough to provide for them.
And then if they go forward in that, where would the sewage go? I mean, where would that sewer plant be?
So right now, let's just, again, we're getting into hypothetical, and I think that's okay to kind of think through how the process works. Right now, if we were to say, yay, go ahead and do this, then at that point, they're gonna run and start working on design. If getting financing in order hasn't already happened, working on design, working on engineering specifics, all that. That's the time when they approach the water district and the water sewer district, find out whether or not they can get service from that district. The way I understand it works is if that district says, sorry, we're tapped. Then they have an opportunity to go find service somewhere else, but they don't get to go to that district. Now, there may be, and I don't know all the way the laws work for districts, there may be some additional laws on restrictions or prohibitions on bringing in services from outside of the district. But that's for the district to figure out with the applicant. If the applicant comes in with a lawful will serve letter from a lawfully created sewer or water entity created under the state of Utah, so there are some rules for that to be created, then the county has no evidence to suggest that they can't get access to water and sewer. That's why it's a little bit of a hard topic to discuss, because a lot of people think there's no water, we should say no. That's not entirely true. We don't have all of the facts because the science has not been provided. The funding and the design has not been provided. And developers, when there's a will and there's some financial motivation, there's oftentimes a way. It's hard for us to second guess what that way is, if that makes sense. So right now we know several different developments kind of in stasis right now, trying to figure out what to do about this water and sewer. Because if they don't, time will go on, development pressure will increase, financial values and development values and property values will increase until there is a tipping point when that developer can find whatever crazy harebrained idea that provides water and sewer is feasible and fundable. We know that. We've got a clear example of that because nobody ever thought that Wolf Creek water and sewer would be serving down the hill and over into Osprey Ranch, but developer found the funding and is making that happen. I know there's some question about whether or not that happens in the Beacon Crossing area, but neither here nor there, funding to provide that infrastructure was found, regardless of where it came from. So it's possible. It's just not always predictable on the profit.
Charlie, could you comment on one of the things that Ms. Menzie mentioned about continuing the path, but not through the pedestrian walkway of the development?
Yeah, so I mentioned maybe a possibility of bringing the path on Highway 158 on Lowe Creek into the pedestrian boulevard that is in the project. In my mind, it just brings more foot traffic to that pedestrian boulevard. I think what Ms. Menzie said is that does introduce bicycles and potential conflict points. The pedestrian boulevard that they've conceptually designed is not a 10-foot wide pathway. It's a pretty wide boulevard, so I'm not so sure it's going to be as big of a problem. But I do like the idea of doing both, continuing the pathway up Wolf Creek Drive and providing an alternative for people to come in to that pedestrian boulevard.
Hypothetically, we can require that at this junction.
Yes, as long as the applicant doesn't say it's insurmountable and they're gonna stick with what their current rights are. I've already talked about it with the applicant and I think that it's a good idea.
Either way, we could require it as. Funding.
Yes.
And they could just say, we'd rather stick with our contract, but it doesn't negate the fact that we can require it as funding.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
Any other questions for staff? Because we were also gonna bring the applicant up as well. Further, for Charlie, no, thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, thank you. I want to touch on a few things. You guys all brought up good points, but obviously the audience had lots of good points. I disagree with them. With many of them, frankly. You know, and again, I want to reiterate that we are earnest in trying to, you know, maintain rights, property rights, but in a way that serves the very community as much as possible, and trying to keep that in mind, and it's a tough balance, you know, it's. I think developers who live in the valley and who have lived here and raised families here have a different perspective than outside developers. Some people believe that, some people don't. I personally believe that very much. I think if you look at the last, 30 years of developments that I've personally done and my partners have done, you'll see lots of compromises, you'll see lots of, with Mrs. Menzies here, putting together really nice projects for trails and working with the community to not just ask, but to provide. And, it's always been important to me to bring something to the table and not just ask, which is kind of what you were alluding to. So a couple of things. First of all, the trail system that Charlie's kind of been alluding to a couple different times, Miranda brought up a few times. We're really for trails. I mean, we've been building miles and miles and miles of trails. There's a brand new one going in, from the lake all the way to Nordic, which is going to be wonderful. Half of it's already done. So in this particular area, we have over a mile of trail that we agreed with Charlie, and last time he kind of brought it up again, we drew it in. So it's already in his paperwork and in this DA. So one of the recommendations I would encourage you to do is to work with, developer to work with staff to improve the trail system as per their requirements and their suggestions and what we heard tonight. I don't disagree with any of them. In fact, our big grand slam is all the trails we put in and agreed to over bridges and over at Eagle Crest. I'd like to see all that connected. And it really comes down to, and I appreciate you guys giving me the wiggle room to figure out a good path and not just say it has to be this way, because sometimes you try to do something and it backfires or it comes out wrong. But the best way to do that would be to bring a trail right through the golf course, which sounds like a great idea, but it is hard to do and not get hit and public safety and all that, I get it. But, that's, because your golf balls are slightly less dangerous than cars. And, that's a big fast road. So one way or the other, we need to connect them. And I don't know if the answer is through the middle of the golf course, if we can find ways because of the land we own and in between fairways and projects, if there's room, or if we have to go up the road. But, I do continue to expect to connect all of our projects so that you can get on a bicycle and Eden Crossing or Kobe or Exchange or bridges. And frankly, the preserve, all those places should be connected by bike trails that the developers put in. And you can ride your bike down to the brewery or the restaurants or the shops, and you can ride your bike back and nobody's gonna run you over. I mean, that's the dream. So so in this particular case, yes, there's just under a mile of trails that we're gonna be introducing into this that Charlie has asked for and we're willing to do. Because I want to make that point. Obviously, one of the biggest thing about changing this from what we did last time, there's not a lot of changes, but it certainly clears up the ambiguity that our lawyers felt like would be a problem if we went forward and, well, what do we do about X or Y? It's not really clear in this one. Let's make it clear. And I know Charlie's, side of this or the county side of this is, yeah, we don't want to have arguments either. Let's clear it up. What are we going to do about X or Y? And so a lot of this was meant to clarify, it's a much longer agreement. It goes into details a lot more. It looks at conditional versus approved uses and takes away most of those conditional, says, okay, they're approved uses, like say a pump or a transfer station or whatever. But it also, in every case, goes into what if it is an approved use, like a water tank, it has to be buried, it has to be, replanted, it has to be vegetated. All the standards the county currently has all apply. So we took great pains with the staff to come up with not just approved uses versus conditional, because those can sometimes get weaponized and messed with. And we've made them approved, but with the standards that the county already likes and approves. So that's something to consider. I think the biggest thing that this does, and I don't know that it's really been harped on much, but we've taken 80 short-term rentals out of the equation, out of the entire equation at the resort. So we moved those STRs, moved those density units over to Eagle Crest, which over there, that neighborhood and I kind of, we ended on a compromise of no nightly rentals over there. So when they moved over there from short-term rentals to, no nightly rentals. So we lost 80 short-term rentals at the resort, which Hope Jan Fulmer appreciates.
Would you be? The ones that you wish to bring into this area, would they be short-term rentals?
Okay, so let's talk about, those are the pluses that I think we're bringing to the table. So let's talk about the issues that I heard tonight that have caused some heartburn, and I'm certainly not trying to cause heartburn. So, first of all, let's start with your setback requirements. So there was some kind of an issue, I think it was a typo, but it was something to do with setbacks versus, on the project versus the buildings themselves, and buildings inside of commercial projects sometimes have 0 setbacks, but we certainly don't intend the project to be up against a townhome at the Cascades. So the standard, I think it's 10 foot, but whatever the standard CVR setbacks for projects, and I think Charlie could probably clear that up, we're more than happy to comply with it. So that might be something changed or, suggested to this.
Can I ask though, because the fact of the matter is that the new developer agreement that was being proposed specifically states 0 once,
Right.
no, so what was the thought behind that? You could have just left it as what it was.
No, I'm not sure. It probably was something to do where the lawyer who wrote it was thinking in terms of buildings, not necessarily how it would impact the project itself. So it probably still applies to buildings within the project, but it shouldn't have applied to the outside. So there's a nuance that didn't get caught that should be caught now. So I don't disagree with that catch. It's a good catch. Okay, the STRs that we moved, to be honest with you, I did not anticipate needing them after we got rid of them. That was something that kind of surprised me. Again, sometimes these things are interpreted later and you're like, oh, I didn't even think of that. So the fact that we went from, was it 140, I don't know, down to 84, from 144 or whatever, because we moved the 80. I'm fine not having the other 80, because you're right, it does complicate things with, okay, well, what do we do if they become short-term rentals again? I thought you said you didn't have short-term, and I think that's a big plus, and I'd like to keep that a big plus. So if you want to recommend that our density dropped and can't be changed, and think about that, that means you don't want me to take a field out in the middle of Liberty or wherever and take that density and leave that open and put it in the village, which is the general plan.
But there's no guarantee that you're taking them from a field in Liberty.
Well, they're from some open space somewhere. Well, there's, again, they're relevant if I get into that, but.
There are still exactly 60 units sitting in the ether of your base, so without an actual agreement of where they're coming from, it's still open to interpretation.
Yeah, and honestly, someday we found the perfect field that everybody wanted to see open, and we could always come back and approach the new city and say, would you like to do that? Maybe you want to see it there, maybe you don't. But for purposes of this development agreement, I'm fine capping our density down lower where we are now at versus where we were 2 years ago. Okay, hopefully that's a relief to some.
So just for my benefit, that means 84,
Right.
not the 144.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was 144, and if we do nothing tonight, then it is still 144. I'm suggesting we bring it down to 80 to 84 and leave it there. And I'm fine with not having the ability to bring in more later.
Okay.
So that seems like the right thing to do.
I appreciate that, and I agree with you. My further clarification on the language, since there doesn't seem to be clarification from staff on whether or not you can automatically get the 20 floating to make the 6484, which you're offering to cap at, without having to designate this parcel as a receiving zone. So if we can work out that clarification, then that's something to consider. Otherwise, 64 or 84.
Yeah, I have a slightly different interpretation of that arrangement. And so in 2002, we have a development agreement that says the entire resort and it lists all the parcels, and this is one of those parcels, has this much density.
2002.
2002, right? And I have fought since 2002 to make sure not one more density point goes into this equation. But we have done many times, shifted them from here, shifted them over there. But the total has to stay the total, and there were great hours and hours and hours with us and staff, as Charlie will attest and Rick, of doing the accounting, and anybody can go talk to the county and say, show me the accounting, but to make sure those numbers did not grow or move. So the point is, after we made sure we had X and we stayed at X, some of it went here, some of it went to this project and that project. We're now on the last project, so they all need to go there. So I think from a legal point of view, I mean, within my rights to say, yeah, the 20 is part of the 64 and all 84 will go here. Now, whether there's ever gonna be more to that pot, I'm fine saying no to. Okay, couple other things. So, I would love to have the wiggle room of 60 foot. Obviously, that's a hot button. I get it. I hear everybody. I'm more than willing to just stick to the 50 that comes with the CBR zone, if that's what you want to recommend. Yeah,
And well, before we share, I want to understand why you want 60. What 10 feet is, who cares in my mind? So explain to me why you need 60 instead of 50.
you know, 50 is a really, by the time you do this kind of a commercial space, you have, in my mind, because I haven't done a lot of them, you know, 12 feet, 14 feet seem like plenty for a floor. Then you go talk to an architect and they want 15, 16 feet. And you start to look at 4 stories and how much that's gonna take up. It's probably not 5 stories. And, you know, by the time you put all sorts of, I don't know, HVAC on top of the roof and parapets and all that kind of stuff. If you're off by 1 foot, you're screwed. And I don't wanna find myself in that situation. So why not ask for 10 more feet just to make sure I have the wiggle room? So that obviously has not gone over well, and I hear it, and I'm fine giving that up. But that was my rationale, is you might end up needing it, and if it's a foot off, you don't wanna be stuck. So. It's always nice to have wiggle room, but. I get everybody's reaction to that, so. A couple smaller issues, the parking, we definitely have looked at the parking because we definitely have a problem on game day and tournament day, and we want to have lots of extra parking. I'd love to see Powder Mountain park some of their stuff there and jump on the bus, go ski, come back down, and you know, go in and frequent a shop. You know, to me, that's a really good alternate to the summer. So, you know, we very much plan on having an oversized parking lot just for that. So.
Above ground or underground?
Above ground, that parking that we drew is big enough for overflow something. So, you know, that's where we would put our golf tournaments.
So, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understood. When you brought up Powder Mountain, would that then kind of be their bus terminal?
No, just, I have a feeling people will, you know, wherever they end up putting their terminal, which maybe it's the land, maybe it's down the 4-way. I can see people parking in our parking lot, whether we like it or not, because it's public. But on the other hand, hey, they're gonna jump on the bus that already has a bus stop right there, and they're gonna come back and they're gonna go into the pizza place or whatever we have.
Okay.
So to me, that's a good economic drive. So and kind of, and it's low, it's kind of hidden, it's not on a highway, it's not. You know, you can look down and just look right at that barn man, which is kind of unfortunate, but you wouldn't necessarily see behind where we're parking, so. The community center is still an important aspect to me, to this community, so, you know, there's a spot on there. Where the gym is, and if you look at that carefully, you'll see the gym is part of it, and beyond the gym is another portion of it. That's to me where we were gonna put the community center. So we still would like to do some kind of bigger, you know, it's already a community center in a sense that we have classes and events and things there, but we want to expand that. So there is a spot for that.
What was brought up, I think somebody mentioned it as like an athletic center or with a pool, that kind of thing is what you're talking about.
Yeah, pool, wellness, all that kind of stuff. That's where you stick that, because you could say, yeah, we'll give you access to the hotel ends up being managed by some company and they don't want it, and. So we really need an independent, separate, community-driven pool area, that's the place to do it, where we already have one, and. You know, we have inexpensive memberships and all that kind of stuff. Because it's a UDOT road, we have to do a traffic study when we do our first phase, so we are gonna be getting that and having to address turn-off lanes or whatever they demand, and. They, they have their science and they'll ask us to do whatever they decide, and we'll have to do it. Lastly, I would just say, and this is to Chad Booth, still here, Chad? Yeah, I really appreciate his comments, actually. And, you know, I used to have lots of, I mean, just in that community center, in the gym, we've had lots of meet and greets and come talk to us about, in fact, this exact project, and we had drawings of community centers and barns, and our architecture has changed maybe a little bit since then, but I've often enjoyed community outreach projects on all of my projects. And it's unfortunate over the last few years that it's gotten, you know, more and more negative. I've been sued a few times, and it's become very, you know, hard for somebody like me to reach out and open myself up like that, and it's unfortunate because that's the kind of person I am, and I'd like to continue to do that. So I appreciate Chad's comments tonight. I welcome Chad and others. Yes, I think especially at Eden Crossing, I'd like to see us get together and talk more about what we are thinking about doing and what they would like to see done. And it had to kind of go from a you can't do it to okay, you can do it, but let's have a say in how it looks. You kind of had to make that transition. I think now that it's approved, now it's kind of an appropriate time to say, okay, well, we're not going to stop it, but we would like to see a bigger park or an amphitheater, or we'd like to see the commercial back further, or put a park in front, or whatever it's going to be. You know, now is a good time to have a discussion, and I take what he said as a good peace offering, and I'd like to follow that up.
Are you saying now as in right now in this meeting, or are you saying?
No, I think we all want to go home.
Well,
Yeah, we're gonna be coming to you.
Because of the 45-day limitation, we have to make a decision tonight. There's no tabling, there's no coming back. So are you then guaranteeing that you, or committing to having a open public discussion or meeting specifically about what the community would like to see here?
No.
No.
No, I'm saying in the future with Eden Crossing specifically, I would like to have that discourse. This one, we've had lots of community meetings, we've had lots of meet, we put up all the drawings around the room, we've had lots of things. And so this is just an update to one we did 2 years ago, which was an update to one we did in 2015, which was an update to one we did in 2006, and you know, so we've massaged this one forever, and I feel like we're pretty close. Now, there'll be a day when I'll probably put a steering committee together and say, okay, what kind of stores should we go looking for? We don't want Starbucks, but we do want what? So I'm sure we'll be doing that. If there's a better, bigger process on the next thing we do before we come back here, which I do commit to doing, which is, you know, we have lots of good ideas on what we want to see architecturally, say at Eden Crossing, and most people don't, you know, they haven't looked at our website, they haven't seen the latest things we're doing. A lot of stuff going out to the internet that looks like teepees or God knows what, and it's not that scary or bad. So, in fact, I'll say here that I really am trying to bring Eden Crossing in to look like Old Eden, but you know, Old Eden plus a modern flair to it, which is different than REI and all sorts of crazy modern architectural stuff. It needs to start with what we already have and know, and then maybe be a little jazzier. But I'd like to have some time to show people that, but it's been difficult to do, but I appreciate Chad's comments.
Do you have anything else, Ma'am?
No, that's all my comments.
Two things I will say that I haven't heard you touch on, which were brought up with the your plan or vision for what happens with the driving range and the tunnel for golf carts to be able to pass safely on an increased traffic road. Can you touch on those?
Yeah, we got into the tunnel at one point, and I think at that point it was $500,000, and I'm sure it's double that now. And it turned out from a feasibility point of view to be just really restrictive. It's something you could probably do with federal money and grants. And so I'm sure in the future we'll consider doing something like that and trying to see if we can get the money to do that, but. At this point, we're spending $3 million upgrading the golf course, and that's the next thing we're putting our backs into. And irrigating it to, make that a whole lot more water resistant and efficient. So there will be a day in the future where that might be feasible, and right now it's not. I'd like to see it happen to be much better, but it's a big ticket, and that's a state highway. It's different than Washington Boulevard, actually. So it's just, they just have much more harder things to overcome. They cost a lot of money, so. But I can see us, someday putting that out as one of the. Is gonna get funding to help us do something like that in the next thing. What was the second thing? Driving range, yeah. Obviously, you can't really have a golf course without a driving range. Some places do, but. We need to have a modified version of it. We have this massive driving range. We already committed to the water district, but we wouldn't water it, so it's. Just a giant brown ugly looking thing, so what we really need to do is tighten it up, put in some nets, I'd like to see in that commercial addition to the community center. I'd love to see indoor driving stuff like we did across the street this last 2 years. So you can actually golf simulator-wise all winter. So it'll be some kind of combination of nets, longer but thinner, and simulators. Because you just have to have that for tournaments if you're gonna stop golf. So we're very committed to keeping it. Obviously, we're putting a ton of money into the course. We're tightening it up. We're making it much more water efficient. So all those things are important to us.
He's addressed all of mine. Anybody else have questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so. Any discussion amongst the commission, just amongst us?
I'm ready to make a motion when the time comes.
Anybody else needs discussion or clarification on anything? Then I will entertain a motion.
A motion that we approve ZDA 2024-02 with the following 9 considerations and findings. I will be open then to other suggestions. So first finding would be the height remain at 50 feet. The second finding would be that no TDRs be brought into this not be a receiving zone for outside TDRs. Unless at some time in the future, the new incorporation decides to allow that, and if so, it would be under the prevailing code at that time. TDR process. Number 3 would be not going beyond what state code requires for outside inspectors or contractors. So that point would be the same as we made for the other 2 adjustments, same exact wording. Number 4 would be to revise the setback, the entire project setback. As Charlie noted, and as the applicant noted. Number 5 would be a traffic study be conducted, which is required anyway, but but this finding is that traffic study be done on a winter weekend or take winter weekends into account. Which mattered in that application. Number 6, as Charlie mentioned, having some architectural renderings brought back into this agreement as a reference point would be advisable. Number 7 would be when the time comes for this project to be built, that the prevailing parking codes at that time in the Ogden Valley be used versus today's prevailing or today's codes. And number 8 would be the project requirement. There would be a project requirement for roadside beautification, which would be based on standard. Standard county code for those projects, such projects. And number 9 would be the extension of the pathway. As was mentioned by staff, all the way to the north side of this project. So those are 9 findings.
Chairwoman. I may have heard wrong, but I think, the application number might have been stated wrong. Could you clarify the application you're speaking of? Is it ZDA 2025-05?
It's ZDA 2025-05. I may have read the one below.
Okay, thank you.
It's ZDA 2025-05.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
I have a question on your motion.
Yes,
Can you clarify, in your motion, are you referring to 60 or to 84 units?
I'm saying that it'd be the total 84, which would be the 64 plus 20. So that's it. No TDRs from outside. Unless at some point in the future, the new municipality chooses to grant that under the prevailing code at that time governing the TDR process.
Can I request one friendly amendment?
Yes.
Could we request that the trail system be connected in all 3 of these developments that have been approved and are in process in that area?
I don't in my head have a map of.
I don't either.
what happened, so, yeah, what would the wording be for that one?
The applicant agree, or we propose that the applicant agree to connect the trail systems of all 3 of these. I'm not even gonna remember their names because I wasn't here for some of them. But this one, the bridges and the exchange.
This is Exchange, Bridges and Eagle Crest, and it was Cody Branch.
I don't know how you connect the bridges as up the road a lot further on the other side of the roads. So.
We could word it that, rather than having it definitively stop at, when you said the north side of the property, we could word it that they're working with staff to connect. To the north side, not, basically just to connect. With additional communities, minimum length to the north side, so it's something that allows them to go further, but make sure that they go. Or you can reject the property owner.
I think if you worded it to, the applicant work with staff. As feasible to connect all of their trails. At this point here, with this project, I think that's.
Suggested.
Pardon?
What the applicant suggested.
Yeah.
That you work with staff to avoid stream.
Okay, so I'm clear on. The first 8, is everybody clear on the 9th, which is the pathway one, and clear enough that we can have a second at this point? Anybody need clarification? Okay, do we have a second?
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion on the table from Commissioner Barber to approve based on 9 findings. Cortland, are you clear on those findings? And the recording should be clear on those findings. I could summarize, but I'm not gonna get them exactly right. The second comes from Commissioner Barber. All right.
Clarification. You're referring to them as findings, but they're conditioned.
Thank you.
I said considerations and findings.
Okay.
Both.
Thank you very much. And Cortland, can you confirm that where Commissioner Barber said, going back to the language that the planning commission has reiterated now 3 times, you know exactly what that language is? With regard to the external contracts for expert contracts, building inspections and various things.
That would be a record from previous approvals, so that could just be taken from those and imported into this one.
So yes, you do know it. Perfect.
Well, I don't know it offhand, but yes, it's
I'm
on,
familiar with it.
it's on the record from previous ones, yes.
Thank you. All right. All in favor, we have a motion on the table in a second, all in favor? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Right, the motion passes unanimously with, we have 6 commissioners present tonight. Thank you very much. All right. All right, that is our one legislative item. We have a few more things on the agenda. I do want to point out that it is 7:40 right now, so for people that are staying specifically for all 5 work session items, there's a good chance we won't get to all 5, but we should definitely have time to get into them. Just giving you a heads up. So the next item on the agenda is public comment for items not on the agenda. Does anyone in the audience want to speak about something that was not that legislative item? Yes.
Oh, a minute. Y'all gonna join me? We can do that.
Alright. So same rules apply, name, address into the mic, and try to limit your time.
Thank you. My name is Peggy Dooling Baker. I'm resident at 2619 Nordic Valley Drive in Nordic Valley. I know this is gonna be something completely different because you've been focused on land use and doing the zoning. I would like you to consider the second part of your role, which I hope is helping residents navigate development issues and city ordinance compliance, actually. So what I'm wanting to talk to you about today is we have some issues in Nordic Valley now that the development has started. There has been calls to the county, there's been calls around, but we have been inundated with dust and working on Sundays. So when we call and talk to, I emailed the commissioners and got a response that was kind of odd. They said that one of the department heads said he had talked to the developers and they were not aware of the codes. And I found that shocking, that one of them was Geneva Rock. So I know something's going on. So there is no dust mitigation going on. There is, the plumes of dust were so large and neighbor thought there was a fire. So that, we have pictures that was sent. So I'm here today asking for your help for these issues. The second thing that's been happening is we've had track poles going through the property, their property, not ours, their property. But they're driving through stream beds and along the back of the homes, at the back end of the old Nordic Valley Golf Course. We have homes all the way around the back there. And when one of the neighbors walked out and asked the travel driver what was going on, he said, I was told to build a road, we need heavy equipment going through here. And she said, do you know where the boundaries are? He said, no, where's your lot line? He didn't even know where the lot lines were. So I'm concerned about that. They're also very concerned that the stream beds that they're going through, that's potential flooding area. They have flooded in the past. The ponds have overflowed from snowmaking water. So I'm here tonight to ask you to please help making sure code enforcement, that developers know the codes, or somebody, whoever's responsible to go over that then has done that. And that we can be assured that things will be taken care of up there and done by the codes and professionally. So thank you very much. We appreciate your help and support.
Thank you.
Jan Fulmer, 3741 Red Hawk Circle in Eden. I actually have 2 letters that were sent in with comments. One from Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, which I believe you have. And then there was also one from Mr. Bird that I think need to be included in the meeting minutes. Rick, did you get both of these?
I know the ones that were submitted within the 24-hour period.
These were definitely.
Yeah, then we would, but you can give them to us, we can make sure they are as well.
May I give these to you then?
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's number 1. Number 2, Rick, I have a favor to ask of you. It's very confusing on what people are supposed to do, the whole process to follow, because there's no longer Zoom sessions to support remote attendance at meetings. Now, that was true for the Weber County Commissioner work sessions and their Tuesday morning meetings, and also for the Ogden Valley Planning Commission meeting and for Weber County Planning. But now the clerk auditor is sending out a schedule of all the meetings they're having because of the tax increases, and every one of those meetings has a Zoom session. May I please work with you to find out what the policy is now within Weber County? And are there only certain departments that will now be providing Zooms?
Madam Chair, do you mind if I answer that? You need to work with the commission office. They're the ones that make that determination.
Okay.
I don't have that authority. That's above my pay grade.
All right.
Sorry, Jen.
All right, I did forward to you what Commissioner Bolo sent to me, so I will try to work with her. Because right now, I kind of thought, well, maybe this is a standard across the county. Well, it's not, because Zoom sessions are still coming out, but thank you. The other thing I wanted to mention, and this has to do with the form-based zone, and I would just ask the Ogden Valley Planning Commission to not approve the form-based zone anymore in Ogden Valley. And the reason that I'm saying that is we had a perfect example when Cowboy Partners presented their plan for affordable housing. It was well-maintained, affordable housing, small single-family homes, some small condos. The only problem was it was in the wrong area. Okay, you had it crossing a busy state highway. What happens is if a developer comes in and now gets the form-based zone applied, and then that developer decides, I want to give up, I just want to move on to something else. Having that form-based zone puts more value on those parcels because it gives developers a lot of flexibility in what they want to do. And once again, that form-based zone jeopardizes calculating and projecting the total build out for the valley. So I'm just putting this on the table to say, please really think about it, because it just gives developers too much flexibility. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Smith. I live at 2871 Adjourn in Liberty. I am inquiring and requesting, really new with this, okay, so be patient with me. Regarding some file number here with the Asgard subdivision, with Dan Maybe. I currently live at Shannon B Estate up in Northern Valley. My understanding, I live in front of him, my property is in front of him. And I'm denying that you reconsider and you deny his request regarding the plots that I've seen that he requested for zoning for several family homes, or not single family homes, they're supposed to be single family homes in that zone, if I'm correct. Also, I noticed on his plot, a big concern is a roundabout circle on North Valley Drive as well. I live here, like I said, in front of him, and I've seen several things that have been done, such as silt fencing that put in the creek behind you Creek there, and they're still not there, and there are 2 roads that are being built, but you can see the roads, the trails there. Also, he was given a fire permit well after fire burn season, which we've been a big discussion about that. And it was actually the 27th of June, 2023, which was a very hot summer, if we remember correctly. And even though he had the fire permit with hot season, another sagebrush around, he still managed to get the fire to the point where it was out of control and the fire department had to come. So they have some of the actions that we need to consider on who's handling and who's developing here. I mean, you go drive by there right now, there's still no silt fence. As far as permits being pulled, I don't know, but it just doesn't look good to me. Other than that, I don't know why we have to have a roundabout on Northern Valley Drive. That from my home to Mosquito, not like there's gonna be a lot of traffic unless we intend on having a lot of traffic with all these homes he plans on building. And these acre lots, which from my understanding in that zone, like I mentioned, was supposed to be single family homes and 3 acre lots. So just consider that. And I mean, there's a lot of neighbors that are very concerned, especially about that driveway there and that roundabout.
Thank you very much. Any further comment from the audience on items not on the agenda? Okay, oh, one more,
Yeah, my first comment about the
name first, please.
Christopher Bosberg, 2834 Portage Valley Road. On my first comment about the employee housing, that was up in Nordic. Just how much they're going to do with the high density housing. It wasn't meant to be that's probably a little bit off topic, but
I apologize.
no worries. Thank you.
Any further comment? Okay, so at this point, we'll move on to remarks from the planning commissioners. Any of my commissioners have comments or remarks? I have a couple questions I'd like to be able to ask. Director Grover, if you can let us know if there's been any further discussion or movement about Cowboy Partners. It's still open on the table.
Correct, we don't have anything today.
Nothing has made further discussion.
Not that I'm aware of. Charlie, are you aware of anything?
I'd be very surprised if they have enough time before the end of the year to get anything done.
Okay. CW Basin, has there been any movement to put that back on an agenda?
No.
Ogden Water, Ogden City Water, discussion of them.
No.
Those are my questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Director Robert? This doesn't work. The Ogden City question about TDRs. They do have an application that has been submitted. It'll be on your work session in August, unless decided otherwise.
Was that just recently submitted?
Yeah, it was a couple weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that is coming forward. Okay, thank you very much. So the next item on the agenda is our planning director report.
So we just like to, I have a small token under the desk, but I don't see them here, but we just like to thank Mark Schwecke and Trevor Schuman for their service on the planning commission. They were a good representation and they represented the county well, and we're grateful for their service.
Thank you. Remarks from legal counsel? Nothing, thanks. Well, in that case, question to adjourn. Second. This meeting is called to an end. We will be moving into the room behind that wall for our work session.
Right? Okay.
There you go, sandwich will get you going. Yeah, sleep. Good. We better if they get the work session out of number 5, let's see, I guess I won't. I gotta get a different meeting. Just, trying to do a little.
All right. This one has air conditioning and the other one seemed like it got turned off. It's getting rather warm out.
I was able to get that. Yeah.
She's doing great.
She's very happy.
All right, we have one, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4, we got 5.
Yeah.
We have farm, we need staff.
Yeah, we don't need staff
Oh, we
for
don't
these.
technically need staff,
You
we need
can-
applicants.
We need applicants. They're not here. We just jumped to the next one.
Excellent. Well, that'll answer the question, how quickly we get through it. Applicant number 1.
Yep.
Which is applicant Matthew Lowe.
Right here.
Fantastic. Come forward, let us know what's going on.
All right, yeah, so I got a meeting with you, I believe it was maybe December,
Mhm.
so it's been a bit, so we talked about getting a development agreement for a previously approved subdivision. We approved the preliminary plat and the first phases, or the first 10 lots, and so essentially we wanted to do a development agreement, just kind of memorialize the preliminary plat and give us a little bit more time to plat our phases. And so we have a bunch of like 1 lot phases, and so to preserve the vesting, we have to, essentially, we'd have to create a lot every year, and we didn't want to be in that big of a rush. It's kind of, probably want to take our time, and so in the development agreement, we're proposing that we push that to a lot, but each phase, and each phase is gonna be a lot on our preliminary plat. We do that every 3 years, and then if we, as long as we did every 3 years, we could maintain our vesting. For that, in consideration, we proposed donating $50,000 to the trails, the East Valley Trail, so we've been working with Val and Wheelwright.
Mhm.
And I believe he has a project that he has in mind, where I believe he said he can do a couple miles of trails with that, so
Okay.
we thought that could be a significant kind of contribution or something to help out the valley and trails, and for really just delaying when we develop, so last time we got feedback that probably wouldn't be that big a deal to, instead of doing every 1 year, do a lot every 3 years.
So my recollection was that in our last work session, we discussed not only the 50,000, which you had agreed to, but we also gave an extension of time at that time, didn't we? So for some reason, the number of 20 years is in my head, it might be wrong.
Oh, it's a 25-year agreement, yeah.
Okay, but you are proposing now what? To switch from 25 years to specifically 1 lot for 3 years?
And then after 25 years, essentially, according to this one, then the deep development agreement would go away, so if we hadn't, I mean, I don't know what would happen if we hadn't gotten to some of our other lots. At that point, then we probably have to develop according to current code. So after the development lapse, we still have our plat, but we probably have, if the current code was once every 1 year, we'd have to probably do that.
So are you saying, because again, I'm still trying to, I took my packet apart, so I gotta put it back together. Are you saying then that what you're requesting now is to specify 1 lot for 3 years, but it would still be within the 25 years that we had talked about before? You're just, whether or not it takes you longer, everything would end at 25 years still, regardless of the 1 to 3.
Yeah, talking to Charlie, I asked for 50 and he said, I don't think they're gonna give that, so.
Good guess.
We said, yeah, we'll go up to 25, so
Okay.
we're okay with the 25. The other thing we did give up is we would say that we would be responsible. We have quite a bit of county road in there,
Uh-huh.
but it's gonna be city road, And we said that we would make the homeowners association responsible to maintain the road. Or so, essentially to plow and stuff like that, because I think there was some concern, hey, if we could take some of the burden away from the new city or whatever. And so we said, yeah, we'll do that too.
Right, that was what we talked about back in that meeting. Did I read in here, was there language saying that the 50,000 donation to Eden Valley Trails would not be subject until the end or completion of the project?
You know, that's how my attorneys put it in, and then Charlie pointed it out. And then I'm like, no, that was in the tank. So I've been talking to Alan about getting these trails in right away. So I said,
Okay.
we can either do it upon execution. I think they put in no later than end of this year. I'm fine either way, because I think he's anxious to get building trails right away.
Yeah.
So we got this done this summer and he wants money in the fall. That's flexible, whether I pay it upon execution or during this calendar year, I'm good either way.
Okay, commissioners can all speak freely. For me, it's a no-go to have it at the end. It's not really a benefit if it's something we have to wait 30 years for, so.
Yeah, that's that, because that could be a long time. Yeah, 100% agree.
Not to mention $50,000 in 30 years is not $50,000.
My attorneys did that. They're like, we're looking out for your interest. I'm like, yeah. But
Okay. Any questions, comments, anybody? We have new commissioners. Do you want to give a brief summary as to what it is you're planning on doing? Because they might not be aware.
Yeah, so we have about close to 500 acre parcel of land that we ended up planting about a little bit over 30 lots on. We've already recorded, I believe, six to eight of the lots have been recorded. And we just want to take our time on the remaining, it would be less than 30, but maybe like 25 or whatever lots that we have on there, so.
Where's it at exactly?
It's just right, it's on the road to Monte Cristo, just across the street from the Eagles campground, in Huntsville, greater Huntsville area.
So up on the hillside on the mountain.
Yeah, we're on the, Eagles is on the, south side of the road, and we're on the north.
So we see so I was just up there today, so that's where all the for sale signs are going up.
Yeah, probably, yeah, we have some new signs on there.
So Matt, you had mentioned before in the prior meeting that this was more like I'll call it a family legacy type development. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, so we're planning on selling some, or a good chunk of lots that are on the highway, and then keeping the stuff up above. And recently I had another partner on this, my brother ended up buying him out, and then we had one of his really good friends growing up, the Georgies, Andrew Georgie, he actually recently kind of took the other share. So I own 50%, and then my brother, and then Andrew George the other 25% owner. So we kind of have a group of Ogden Valley boys that just kind of want to find a little nice little place to go mess around at, so.
Nice.
Any other questions? Anything you want clarity on?
So your drawing here shows a road down here in this corner for these lots, but it doesn't show anything up here.
There is a road kind of going up that services the 40 acre lots. It kind of goes up the canyon.
Is that this windy thing in the?
Yeah, it's a windy thing, yeah. And that's gonna be private anyway, so it's never gonna be county. It's gonna be a private road just servicing those really big lots.
And that's just like an unpaved road or something?
Yeah, it would be paved, and we'd have to meet whatever standards we needed on that for a private road. And I think it's a ways out. I mean, whether we end up doing that or not, I mean, we'll see. We may just preserve that as recreational property. We kind of just entitled it, and probably there could be some changes down the road for sure. Thank you. Yeah, I mean,
everything from us?
yeah, I mean, we'd like to, we'd like to get some comments and finalize it with Charlie and kind of get this thing moving on. It took us a little while to get through the review process, so.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Moving on to work session number 2, which is Mr. Jeff Burton. Yes,
My daughter is gonna represent me.
okay,
Nancy Richards.
perfect.
I'm gonna sit over here.
Okay, so I think we're being recorded.
Yes.
So Commissioner Burton has removed himself from the boardroom table and is sitting in the audience, and his daughter is representing this work session item.
All right, hi, I'm Lacey Richards. I'm Jeff and Linda's oldest daughter. Rick, is it okay if I have this around? Okay. So yeah, tonight, what we're asking for is, when I was 1 year old, my parents bought about 50 acres over in Liberty. And I'm not this old, but that was 47 years ago. And the intention the whole time has been that that is family property for kids and grandkids to be able to live and raise their kids in the valley, just like my brothers and sister and I were lucky enough to be raised there. So over the years, they've had multiple opportunities to sell it for profit. I mean, I'm sure you can do the math. It's worth a lot more than it was in 1978. But that's not been their intention. That's not their dream for this property. Their dream for this property is that they'd like their kids and grandkids to be able to live there. When some of us are able to do that. So as of today, what Director Grover is passing around is under the current zoning with no kind of development agreement with the county, we could divide it and get 14 3-acre lots. That would not include any kind of contiguous or connected open space in the area. That's not the vision that they have for the property. That's not the vision that my siblings and I have fond memories of from growing up using the property. So our proposal is that instead of having it be those cut up into just 3-acre lots across the property, that we move the lots up closer to the road and preserve approximately 22.5 acres of contiguous open space up there and continue to use that for ag uses. It's been grazed for years and years. That's what we would like to continue doing with it. So those two plans in front of you, one of them doesn't require any kind of development agreement with the county. The one that we feel is better, both for our family and for the valley that we love, is the one that shows the lots up next to the public road. So the perpetual open space, we're proposing to do a perpetual open space easement in favor of the county. That open space would be included in lot 2 so that there would be someone who would be responsible for maintaining it, paying the taxes on it, all those things, arranging the grazing lease, that kind of stuff. One of the advantages that we see, Chair Wampler, to your point about the give and take, is that this would result in a lot less public infrastructure for the county and the future municipality to be responsible for owning, maintaining, plowing, repairing those things under that plan. This concept, we feel like is not only good for our family and honors my parents' foresight when I was a baby to say this valley is something special. We want our kids and grandkids to be able to experience it, but also we feel like is being a better neighbor to the existing homeowners in the area. My brother has taken this concept around to a lot of the neighbors in the area. He lives there locally and they have a strong preference for the concept that preserves the open space over the one that just chops it up into individual lots. As far as the timeline goes, we're not planning to start any development anytime soon. None of us are ready to go build over there. Grandkids are down to age just turned 3. He's not ready to go build a house, but someday he will be. So their intent and my request of you is to allow a plan to be in place so that they can be confident that their wishes for the property will be realized and that they can bless their posterity decades into the future. I think the other thing that I would add is just that under the current zone, apparently grazing is not technically included in the uses. Sorry for the last 47 years, but we'd like that to come into the development agreement, that be a permitted use. And I think that's an important part of the legacy of that part of the valley, and we'd like to continue that. And then we would just like a timeline that allows for this to go far into the future to where those grandkids are able to gratefully take advantage of the gifts that their grandparents have set up for them. Thank you. Any questions?
Do you happen to know what this land is zoned currently?
It is, I'll start, go ahead.
FB3.
It's FB3?
Yeah, FB3. Yeah,
Okay.
it's right across the street from AB3. And
Right.
just to the south of the Bridges project, which was just all rezoned to RE20.
Okay, so the request that the preserved land remain in agricultural use and hopefully for grazing purposes, which I think is wonderful. We would then need to add as a condition or a, like how would, if she was saying it's not currently conditioned for.
Right, we could just add it as a new rule, because this is part of that, what I discussed earlier, new rule making. Just add it as a new rule in the development agreement that grazing is allowed.
In the developer agreement, so it's not, we're not changing FB3, we're changing, with just a spot with a developer agreement of this particular development. Right, I do remember with us having conversations at one point of how we were trying to get away from developer agreements, but seems to be very.
More and more.
Yes. So what I'm hearing from you with the generational property and the family legacy here would be that the lots would get developed as family members are ready. So
Yes.
obviously the older ones are ready first.
Yes.
You said there's the youngest one who's not gonna be ready for decades, so.
Yeah.
So we could expect that it would continue growing as a development piece by piece.
Correct.
And also depending on who gets what property, because there are like,
Yes, and one of the reasons that we've looked at that mix is number one, to make sure that there's someone responsible for the upkeep of that open space, so that that's not a burden that falls on the county or the city. And also, I don't know that there's anyone who cares about it more than we do. We care about it a lot. And the reality is, you know, I don't know. Housing's a little crazy right now. I don't know that the grandkids would be able to keep up with the taxes on some of the larger lots. And so we wanted to have a mix there so that it works for various family members in different circumstances. And they're not small. They're half an acre or larger, but they're smaller than paying the taxes on a 5-acre lot or something.
The road you show here, would that be a private road or a county road?
That would be a public road. It provides connectivity into the adjacent parcel, which it's our understanding that that's an important priority.
So that would be a new city road.
Correct. Yeah, under the current zoning, there would be significantly more road that would be required to chop it up into the 3-acre lots.
This could provide an access up into the bridges.
So that brings me to my question. Where exactly is this?
I'm bringing it up right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I heard you say it was Liberty, but.
Do you know where
Liberty's fast.
Sidewinder is?
Yes.
Sidewinder is directly north of this.
Okay, I was thinking it was way out in Liberty, like Derby Creek. We're talking
It's
about
on 41.
all the way over. Okay, got it. Okay, so by the Sidewinder, mountain bike trail.
Correct.
Okay.
So just the topography, the homes would be down lower and the open space would be preserved up above. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
we'd like to preserve that ridge line without putting all the houses up on there.
So given that that is an area that is near other houses, a mountain bike trail, and as Charlie's pulling it up for, better exaction, Charlie, do you foresee problems having grazing go on there? I mean,
It's just a question of how the neighbors feel about it right now. I mean, if it's been happening for the last 50 years, which is probably a lawfully permitted non-conforming use, so you don't need to apologize for anything. So that could continue on, especially if we memorialize that in development agreement. If other landowners who abut, like up in this area here, if that contributes to what they feel is part of their pastoral lifestyle, then I don't see a
I
particular.
can hear the argument. I'm just wondering about with mountain bikes and, which already exists, the trail already exists and was paid for. Other communities, if the addition to official grazing would cause any problems. I agree with you that it adds to the agricultural character of the valley. I'm wondering if there are potential problems.
So this is Sidewinder up on the Bridges project. Their property line is here. We are fence in county, so you shouldn't see cows and bikers in the same spot.
I'm not aware of any current conflicts that have occurred.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Anybody have questions? For Lacey?
So this is my understanding. So to build in this area in the valley, you were supposed to have 3 to 5 acre lots. But if they're into a subdivision, they can go down smaller.
So, well, I guess I could read the planner.
If it's in a certain type of subdivision, we call it a cluster subdivision, you can get smaller lot sizes as long as your density doesn't increase in the Ogden Valley. So if they're entitled, how many lots did you say, Lacey?
14.
If they're entitled to 14, then they can get 14 lots. The cluster subdivision code actually allows those lots to be reduced down to 9,000 square feet. But if they don't have sewer, then they're gonna have to be limited to what can happen with septic. So chances are you're gonna see acre plus, maybe a few half-acre lots in here, which they could cluster and then keep the bigger piece open.
Yeah, and it's probably important to note that those lots straight across the street to the south, we match the sizes of those for the smaller lots.
So you'd be putting in your own sewer system.
I think by the time the 3-year-old's ready, there'll probably be sewer somewhere. I mean, we would just have to comply with what the requirements are at the time. Nobody's in a hurry to build over here, except when I'm mad at my husband, and then I am, but generally, no one's in a hurry to build over here.
So, So, Commissioner Gross, the cluster subdivision, they don't get anything new. They're currently zoned to have a 1-to-3 ratio, so on the lot that they have, 14 homes. Clustering allows you to move them all into a smaller area, so to preserve open space, but they stick with what they have, and that's what they're suggesting.
Okay. Thank you for, yeah, thanks for the great question.
Any other questions? Okay,
This project doesn't have to be a cluster subdivision where we're doing the rulemaking thing with the development agreement. There's a lot of opportunities we have to shape it in the way that the applicant is requesting, and that suits the community really well. Cluster subdivision code has some complications that may not work really well for larger lot subdivisions, so something we can explore. It's really gonna be ultimately up to you guys.
I hear you, Charlie, but every time you say we get to make new rules, you're freaking me out.
Well, our
Well, nerve-wracking.
preference, if I could address that, our preference would be that this be a very simple agreement, because we don't feel like we're asking for anything very complicated. So I mean, if you really want it to be complicated because you have insomnia, that's great, but our preference is we think a couple of really salient points cover being a good neighbor and realizing my parents' dream that they started.
Sounds good. Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I'm trying to get everybody in here. I know we have people that are sticking around. So now we have out of work session number 3, Kirk Lexford.
Hey, good evening. My name is Kirk Langford. I live up in Eden on 6210 East, 2300 North. This is my wife over here, Phoebe Bohannon. And first, I'd just like to thank Rick and planning staff and Tammy and Charlie and people that have worked with me on this for the last few years. I know that I've bugged you quite a bit, buddy. Thank you. But we are here today to ask you for an approval of a 2-lot subdivision on a 9.23 acre parcel. And also to ask for a conditional approval for a 3-lot subdivision on that same property when we shortly complete a study with the that's required by the health department in order to get it 3 lots instead of 2. Okay, and this is as part of our estate planning. It's a little similar to what Mr. Burton's is doing with his property. You know, we have a 40 acres, a 31 acre parcel and a 9. And we're doing our estate now, and while we're healthy, we have also some health issues, and so we're trying to get things all squared away. And we talked with the planners, and their suggestion is we do a development agreement, and we move forward with this project. So we have I can pass around here real quickly. If you'll help me, Tammy, this is just a oh, you have it up on the screen, you don't need this one. So here's the 2-lot one. And
Kirk, I want to make sure I heard you right. So you're asking for a 2-lot subdivision on a 9 acre, 9 point something acre, and a 3-lot subdivision on that's 30?
No, so I'm asking you for 2 things today. Right now, the health department has approved, and we have the on-site wastewater system for 2 lots.
For 2 lots, okay.
We're trying to get this done. We've been working on it for 3 years, and we'd like to get it done like the next planning commission.
Okay.
Right? We've met with the fire guys and the engineers and the planners, and I think we've got everything, all the ducks are in order, I believe, right? But we're entitled to 3 lots.
Okay.
Commissioner.
We have 9 over 9.
And so we're just, I have to wait for a consultant who's buried right now to do a soil study to finish this, then get it to the health department so we can qualify for 3 lots instead of just 2.
And that's on the 9 point something acres.
And that's all both on the 9.23.
Got it.
The part of this, I call it, and these are larger lots, and we also want to keep the wildlife, and we want to keep this a working farm. And this is the way we have a place for our heirs, where we can take some value out, but still keep space. So, I mean, if those of you who live in downtown Eden know where most of the deer hang out, right? They're not up on the mountain. And we want to keep this a working farm, and we want it to go on like that in perpetuity if we can, right? And so, you know, that's what we're looking for, and we're not trying to be in a position where we just have to sell it to developers. We need to make this work for us in our later years so that we can, you know, move on. We talked about this in other areas that you're gonna see the importance of these, you know, for other people to be able to come in off of roads and to, you know, develop a lot or two so they don't have to sell their property and to a developer and have everything go upside down. So I just passed around the two lots, so that's why I'm asking you for these two conditions. If we get the three entitlements, we still may only do two lots. But-
Question, I'm sorry, I'm looking at what you just handed out, I see lot 1 and I see lot 3,
Yeah, right,
where's lot 2?
there's just two lots there.
Okay, but it's labeled 1 and 3, is my
That's
confusion,
okay.
that's fine, it's fine,
When the engineer sent it back to me, I thought, you know, somebody's gonna say that this should have just been 1 and 2,
it's
but
fine.
we
It
could have
works.
gone 1 and 4.
Right,
2 and
we can
6,
do the apples
right?
and oranges,
The
okay.
$500 change order to
That's-
change the
Right,
two.
that's right. It'll take
Talk to
more time.
Roger Slade about that, right?
That's fine. Just want to make sure I wasn't missing something.
No, you're not missing something. And here's the 3 lot one, if you'll help pass that around.
Okay,
So the 2 lot one's ready to go today.
Got it.
Everybody signed off, the Mylar's gone around, the health department's on. You know, we've talked to the fire guys, the engineers, everybody's on board. I expect in another week or 10 days, we'll have this soil study done. And if the health department can look at that quickly, then we would like to entitle all 3 lots.
okay,
And that way it's done. We can always go back to 2,
Got it.
having 2 and going to 3 is a little harder. You know, and as you guys know, when you do, maybe you don't know, when you do these on-site wastewater systems, you have to do water table testing. It only takes place in January, February, March, so it only happens once a year. And the health department's buried, and it took them quite some time to look at our results, and so we're good for 2 of these lots, and we will be good for 3. And it could be a week or 10 days, or if it isn't, then we'll just go to 2 and try to have it
can I,
memorialized for
Can I-
3.
can I summarize what I believe I'm hearing, and then you can confirm if
Sure.
I'm right?
Sure.
So you're handing these 2 options because right now, the 2 lot is absolutely ready to go, can be on the agenda for
Right.
next month.
Yep.
And you want it as fast as possible because there's time constraints and weather and whatever. If you get your reports back in a week, 2 weeks before the next agenda item, this is what we will see is the 3 lot one, which is your preference, but if not, definitely move forward with 2.
Yes,
Okay.
so this one in your right hand with the 3 lots would be a conditional approval.
Okay,
Subject to this soil study. right?
Okay.
Does that work, Rick? Or you cannot do it and just approve the 2, right?
I think the big ask is that he's wanting to do dirt roads instead of paved roads.
roads, not pathways, not anything, roads.
Road.
Not
Okay.
dedicated roads, but private.
You come in off of private
So they'd be private roads and he wants them dirt.
shared drive.
Where would the road be? I don't see it on the map.
It's on the map right now. If you look at the, there it is, right there.
That's the
So-
road, but where would the access to these 3 lots be?
So, good question, Commissioner Barber. So this is the 9-acre parcel.
Yep.
This is the 31, and so, and this is this drive, shared drive. And then we would, you know, build a, what is it, Charlie, 24-foot, 20-foot wide dirt road, which is part of the ordinances, you can do that. And it would access these 2 lots. So the community benefit for this too is that we've agreed if this Browning's Ranch here gets subdivided and this needs to become a public street sometime in the future, that we will dedicate a 60-foot easement, you know, not through this 9-acre parcel and then all the way through the 41-acre parcel. So you'll have an ability to interconnect. The other thing that I'm doing, which I think is important, that's community benefit, is across the top, we flood irrigate in Eden. Because it's really not possible to pressurize where we get the water so low without, you know, spending $25 million. And so I put easements so that in the future, people can walk across the property and we don't have fights about whether you can go get the head gate and open it for your private, for the ditch. You know, it's a private lateral ditch that runs up and serves my farm and Browning's Ranch. And then, you know, I think another important element, in addition to just these bigger lots where the wildlife can still move around, is this is one of the last drainages open to Pine View. So you guys talked a lot today about Wolf Creek, but what you don't see is all the water that runs off Wolf Creek. And there's really no plan for where that goes. It doesn't go into a pipe and it doesn't make it to Pine View. And so people down below are just getting flooded. And sometimes we get that water now all the way down on my place and clear down on the ranch. So this property drains really nicely and it comes into this drainage. And you know, I'm committed to keeping this drainage open.
Okay.
And making sure that we have an out for water that can get into the lake. Wolf Creek originally drained to the lake at the four-way stop.
Right.
2 drainages away, it shows up at Browning's Ranch, a long ways away. And when you put hotels and pavement and all the rest of stuff, I mean, I hope they really figure out what they're gonna do with that water, because there's no plan right now.
What's the land at the, I don't know if it's actually true north, but right now on the screen, north of the property, where the water is flowing down for the flood irrigation and into that ditch? That's outside yours.
So this is, the main delivery ditch from Eden, okay? Eden's arteries, there's, you know, 5 or 6 of those main ditches. Then the property owners own the ditches that deliver the water from the main ditch to their property, okay? So this is a long lateral ditch that comes from right here. Down this property that you can't really, excuse me, right here. The ditch runs down and this is our lateral ditch that runs down. I don't know, it runs all the way down to Gerson to Brownings. They use that same water. So having that easement is something I think I would like to see the city or the county or whatever, you know, every time you sell a piece of property and you cut it up, I would like to see that there's an easement that will clarify the next owner's access to get to the water. Because, you know, you have to go across somebody's land to get the water, and the law says that those ditches are sacrosanct over the property they run over, but you know, is all it takes is a lawsuit and then you can relitigate it, right? So I think those easements become important, you know?
Okay.
So Kirk, are you proposing that those easements and that right-of-way dedication be done at the time of subdivision? Or when are you proposing that to be done?
You
With this
know,
development agreement.
I think it's up to you guys. I don't have a problem putting the right of way in right when you do the development agreement and the recording, you know, I'd like to have the development agreement as long as we can get it, right? I mean, I think I read 10 years somewhere. Did I read that in here? Right.
That was probably in the template I sent you.
Right, so you know, that's, I already got the record in my family by 5 years. Chances are I'm like, we're out of 10, but we would like to have that extended because we really see that as either our heirs being on that property, or if I'm in a rest home drooling down my chest, we might need to sell a lot to not have to sell the farm, right? That's the whole point of the deal. And right now I can't commit a conservation easement exactly, but I do plan on doing that, and our trust is set up so that you know, that farm will have some operating money as part of the P&L, and when it goes into a giving trust off the 31-acre part, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's probably more than you wanted to hear, but I think that's, if you want less density in the valley, and these private shared drives become really important for landowners to continue to be able to stay on their farms and ranches. I've given the examples. I mean, if Brownings decide they want to build a house, you know, they can't put a 31-foot paved road in with fire hydrants every 500 feet, right? It's not gonna happen. It'll end up being Ivory Homes.
I understand that, but just because you brought up fire hydrants, and I know that there is a certain code written that new developments have to put in fire hydrants. Is that what you guys were referring when you seemed weary of the private dirt road?
There's actually a number of codes that will need to be exempted or modified in a development
In order
agreement
to do that?
to make this happen, but
Really?
yeah, but we can work with Kirk on that. I do think there's a significant public benefit in the possibility of a right-of-way transfer in favor of the public there. We can get it in the agreement that it's a deferred right-of-way transfer. But at this time, it'd be important to essentially make the exaction happen on the front end. In exchange, mutual consideration, right, in exchange for the development agreement. There is also a limitation on how long a shared private lane can be, of, I think, 700, 900, something like 800 feet. Oh, yeah.
A shared private land, that would be
A shared
this
private
road?
lane, yep, and so that will need to be modified or waived to allow for the length of this road, which, do you remember how long it is? Kurt?
It's probably 3 times how long, and 800 feet is not enough to get you to on Jensen's or Brownings or anywhere really. But we did have a meeting. And I do have a letter of agreement that we passed around where we discussed all these things. And with engineering needing 90,000 gross weight on the road, which is, we're gonna meet that easily. The road's already mostly pretty close to 200 feet. We agreed to put turnouts every 200 feet for the first house. And the second house, or the third house that gets built, then the road has to be 20 feet all the way. And, you know, and the 800-foot deal is new to me. I didn't realize that until Charlie just stated that.
And then I just had one more other question, which was, he mentioned he's open to, you know, working, if the Browning Ranch ends up wanting to subdivide, he'd be willing to work with the extension over, things like that. Is there any current discussion on that happening, or is that just if this happens in the future?
Browning?
Yes.
Just an if when their current development rights, if the future city doesn't change that, then.
I only ask because, you know, we know things when they come up on our agenda. You guys have conversations well in advance of that. If there's no conversation of that happening, he's just offering in the future, this is what we're open to, and you would put that language in.
Yeah, we know the property to the north is owned by Elkhorn Ranch, and we already know that half of Elkhorn has become the Kobe subdivision. So we know that there's a possibility for development in the area.
So how does that affect?
Just 100 acres.
How does that affect, because his flood irrigation, he wants to use this for ag land, or preserve it, which is great for the general plan and everything else. What happens, whether it's Kobe or whatever, if the land above affects the ability to flood irrigate, or is it coming out of that ditch you were talking about?
Okay, so good question. And so, you know, these ditches have been here since the 1800s. These water rights at Eden really are, I think they're the oldest ones in the valley. There's a little debate between that and Liberty, 1860, that come out of the North Fork. And this is the ditch, and, you know, it runs along, and then it goes out of my land and into Elkhorn Ranch, and then it comes back and cuts the corner of my property and goes into Brownings. So
how do we protect
I take my water out right here, and then there's ditches in my own property that would water this, and so it doesn't really have what the ranch doesn't have a bearing. However, another good public benefit that I've foreseen that we don't have at Wolf Creek is at some point in time, if this thing were to all get developed, and I hope it isn't, because I don't think that's the family's intention, but you never know. You know, I also have an easement that comes all the way down here on the west end of this fence, so that you know, you could catch water in detention ponds on the ranch and bring it into a drain pipe and bring it down through my property in a pipe, and then let it come out into the natural drainage. And, you know, I would personally like to see that natural drainage stay open. That's where our osprey nest is. I mean, the wildlife that you get when you have those open drainages compared to pipes is significant. right?
Yeah.
So, you know, we didn't talk about, we talked about the easements, but I do think there's a public, multiple public benefits from this whole thing.
Okay.
But we do need to get it reported, and we've worked hard, and thanks Charlie for, we used to have a PRUD that had dirt roads, and then that went away, and then we had to bring back the private shared drive, and that took, how long? A year, let's say, each.
From the time we started talking, we actually started talking about that when the general plan was adopted in 2016, but.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and we just really need to get it recorded.
Okay.
You know, and that's, as Rick said, time is the essence, right?
Does anyone on the commission have anything?
Yeah, any questions or?
Yeah. So these works, so we have a couple of new commissioners. The work sessions are, you know, the request of an applicant, they pay a fee to arrange for this to happen, so this is their time. Not only to present to us what they want to do, but to get feedback from us on, you know, how much resistance they might find. Is there anything we want to adjust before they actually get on the agenda and move forward? So if anybody has any concerns about Mr. Langford's proposed application, this is a good time to let him know.
Yeah, as
If not-
yeah.
If not, then thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for your time and your service, and
This illustrates the tension between rural and city. Rural is dirt roads.
Yes.
City is you can only be 20 feet long and you're gonna pay.
That's why when Kirk was talking about this with us, our initial thought was, well, the code requires everything to be paved. But this is country, but what happens if other people want to develop and there aren't roads that go anywhere, then all of a sudden we get weird roads that cut into weird spots that the developer chooses as opposed to.
Fire hydrants, and we need emergency egresses and all these things for cities that are very important for health, safety and wellness. But if it negates his ability to actually use his property the way that he should be able to, he has the acreage, he has the rights. But if the demand doesn't allow him to actually utilize it because of how big the cost would be to make that function, you know, that doesn't work. And it's not, you know, and it's contrary to the rural aspect, but it also doesn't work for the property rights of the landowner.
Yep.
So, but we do have safety that we have to take into account.
You got safety and you also have evolution of land uses. I think our engineers are not gonna be super happy that planning and Kirk have had this conversation because they're responsible for a lot of substandard streets that just organically were created by adding a house and then a house and then a house and then a house, and a wagon trail turned into an automobile street that ended up getting paved, and it's 14 feet wide. I'm talking specifically about the stuff that's on the over by the monastery, right? So that's a challenge, and they would say, let's not do anything that incentivizes or creates opportunity for that to happen in the future. But I think there's middle ground, and working with Kirk, I think we've probably struck a good balance where if suburbanization is going to come because we can't control it from stopping, if that happens, there's opportunities for good connectivity and good community building. But if that doesn't happen, great opportunities to keep things rural and preserve the general plan.
Yeah, I mean, we met with David Reed, everybody's, on the front end before coming to you guys, we had the meetings.
Yeah.
So hopefully, all that works.
Thank you very much.
David Reed is with the fire district.
What was that?
David Reed is with the fire district.
David Reed. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
Okay, I can't see them through the back of my head, but I feel the energy. We are at work session number 4, where I think most people had wanted to talk or be here for. We are past our 8:30 time. I am open to a democracy here on the planning commission. We have options to table this till August 5th. Or we also have one after that. So if we offer to stay longer to get 4 done, I don't know that that obligates us. I would argue no, since it was just put on at the very last minute for 5, but I'm open to suggestion.
Do we have an estimate of how much time or will take?
Can I
Yes,
maybe offer a little bit of insight?
yes,
The 5th item that's on here for work session is simply a sketch plan endorsement, which is
What does
a
that
site
mean
plan. Just means you guys are looking at a conceptual site plan for what will be a cluster subdivision that will come before you at a later date. These typically don't go on as work session.
okay,
However, I think the applicant had thought maybe some feedback would be helpful. I will tell you that everything he's proposed and shown on his concept plan meets or exceeds the requirements in the cluster subdivision code for the zone that he's in.
okay,
He's not even asking for maximum density. He's looking to do the same thing for his family, 4 or 5 lots, 4 additional lots. And a whole bunch of open space.
so but that's 5. So
Yeah, that's 5.
is he under any time constraints? Does he really want it tonight versus August 5th?
That's a question for Mr. Bailey. It's not gonna hold him up a whole lot, but it's a question for him.
I was just hoping for kind of a nod from you that things do look good, because I have my application into the Weaver Basin Water, which when you turn in an application to Weaver Basin Water for 4 lots, you also hand them a check for $42,000, and they're going to cash that when they approve those lots. I just was hoping to kind of just get a little bit of a feel for, does this look okay? I know I have to go through a formal next month, but if everything looks good, I'm going to go ahead and buy my water rights, because you can't do a subdivision without water.
Right.
So it's just kind of, I'm trying to stack these things together.
Got it, but that's work session 5. My question was, any feedback from the commission or,
It seems like 5 is a 5-minute deal.
yeah, but 4, the question.
4
Mhm.
is gonna be more than 5 minutes. Yeah.
But I don't know how long it will take. Is the 4 applicant here, Mr. Maybe? Yes, hello. Here's the thing, if we start a work session item, this is something the applicant has paid to have done. They need their due diligence. I'm not looking to rush an applicant. This is something they paid and requested to have done. We have people who have been waiting and would probably really enjoy us proceeding forward. Understanding that, yes, okay, so, planning commission. Are you okay proceeding for the next, say, 20 minutes? That possible?
Yes, fine.
1, 2, 3, 4, okay. All right, let's go to work session 4, to honor the public that has come and Mr. Maybe. Morning.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you, and thank you for staying longer. Is there overtime on this?
No, yeah, we get
Yeah,
paid the
it's
same
triple.
rate, no matter
That's
what.
Same
rate.
My presentation won't take long. I think all my neighbors maybe will take longer than me.
Okay.
Basically, this is just a request for some additional density on an existing subdivision that has 2 undeveloped lots. 6 acres in size, right next to Nordic Nordic Valley Development. And Charlie said, that's up there. This is just supposed to be a work meeting where I get your input, and then later we bring your presentation. So
yes,
I have a number of different plat maps, but none of them are sacrosanct. They're just ideas. My motivation is, like many that I've heard here tonight, I love your smile. That's great. I got several grandkids that in this world, we're going to have by 2030, 135,000 houses short in Utah for people that need to come here. And so, like many of you, I'm saying, how can I protect an opportunity for grandkids to have something that they can build on? That's the objective. And so I'm looking at
a possibility of a little higher density, which is a form-based, which I'm not a big fan of form-based, but that seems to be what the options are. To add some additional density. I'm not asking for any deviation of the plans. We have water hydrants, we'll have the road widths as to standard. We'll have the power's there, the gas is there, the electricity's there, everything is already there. The perk tests have already been done for the existing subdivision, groundwater's already been done. Floodplain, all of those things have been done and mapped and approved. This is just a request for some additional density in that. The neighbors to the south of me are going to 8,000 to 10,000 square feet per lot. The neighbors to the east of me are 1 acre per lot. And so I would like to go down to a little lower acreage per lot. So I could put some additional lots in for grandkids. And so whether that's 10 lots, I put 10 lots because of just last night, my last grandchild came. She's a preemie at 26 months, 26 weeks. So who knows if she's gonna make it even, but we're hoping. So that's the objective. Use that. We've got water availability. I know we originally had it from the Nordic water guys who said, no, maybe not. But the guys next door said they would annex me into their system.
Really guys next door, sorry.
This is the Nordic Valley development.
Okay.
Yeah, so I could be annexed into that. So as far as water goes, as far as sewer goes, as far as roads, I know one of the neighbor ladies had a concern about the roundabout. That's not in my design. That's something that they had put in as a plan. I'm fine with the T road. We looked with the planning staff about how we get road access through some expanded road access. So this would be built to accommodate the road plan that the county has. And so in this particular venue, my request is merely to get some input from you and say, I'd like to have a little higher density. And I can bring you back all kinds of different specific plans to address that.
What's your acreage, remember?
By just a little over 6 acres.
6 acres and you're hoping to put 10 lots on it. 10 density points. 6 acres. Do you know where you'd be getting those density, like the transfer development?
I do have the TDRs in place.
You already have them?
I have
You
commitment.
own
on the
them or
TDR.
you know where you?
I have the commitment on the TDRs, like the gentleman before. I don't want to pay $50,000 a TDR and the kid turns down by the planning commission or something like that.
Understood,
So
but
I've got the TDRs, I've got the water access in place.
let me ask where they're coming from. just for
The Nordic guys,
The Nordic guy.
yeah, they have extra TDRs that I can access from down below the valley. There's some others, but those are the ones that I've identified.
And are you taking 10 or are you taking 8?
Actually, if I did 10 lots, it would be 8, ma'am, yes, because I
Yes,
already have.
because you've got
I
the
already
right
have
to.
That's correct.
So
Okay.
you're saying the development rights would buy would come from within the Nordic development itself or from somewhere else?
Actually, I think it comes from where they put the well down below in the valley. There's 40 or 80 acres or something like that. I'm not exactly
Oh,
sure.
by the park.
Right. I'm not exactly sure where to get them. They just said,
And that's
we'll provide.
from a well site? From a well site, you say?
It's from property where a well is drilled. So they've got
Okay,
40
that's
or
not
80
built
acres.
to land though, and that's the problem, just expressing, that's the problem with TDRs, and that's why they're really. The code is terrible, because you buying a development right from non-buildable land doesn't do the valley any good, and that's not what the general plan says.
But it is
TDRs
buildable land.
Yeah,
But not if it's on a well site.
they've shown us a concept layout of this project, because if they can't sell their plan, it's that, sorry, it's this parcel right here.
Where we just approved a pump house.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's not a well site if it's.
So they will have to have sewer, if there is a well protection area there, which my understanding there is. So in order for them to be able to develop on this project, sewer will need to be provided for it. And that may very well be one of the reasons why they're interested in selling some of those development rights. And I think that's a little bit to your point. Does it accelerate the movement of those units? Yes, it does. Does it accelerate the advent of these units? It can, because it's going to be based on what a willing buyer, willing seller. If I'm the seller, I'm probably willing to sell it for a little bit cheaper if I know I've got to put millions of dollars into some kind of shared common sewer system or something like that. I don't know where the circle is around their well, but they can't have septic systems inside of zone 1 of a wellhead protection area.
Trey, can you put an overlay on where these lots are, where the form base where it sits within the Nordic form-based total?
Oh, yeah, actually, sorry, not on this map, but I can pull up.
And sir, to your point,
this.
there are TDRs that have some from other areas as well. So I'm not sure exactly where all they pull those, but they'd be legitimate TDRs.
So the black shape is about the shape of the proposed area, and the street regulating plan is the map that you see there.
So there'll be no change to the street reg map. Addition of 10 units there. And you're possibly getting water and sewer from Nordic, you said.
Nordic said yes to begin with, and then they put in the application the other day. No, we think we're too tight. So I'm not sure, but I do have the option across the road to be annexed into that zone. And they have plenty of water, they say, to do that.
Which
This is
annexed across the road?
The
to-
Nordic south to the Nordic
Oh.
development. So I'd be annexed into that zone, and they have water rights there.
You'd be annexed into that zone. The word zone is sticking with me because if this is a rezone application, he'd be annexed into a zone, or you mean a district?
I'll be their district.
Is that what we're talking about? A water district?
Yeah, I don't think it'd be zone. I think it'd be the.
Their
I
existing
think the
water district.
confusion is the existing water provider in the area versus the water provider that the Nordic Mountain Base Resort is creating. Two different water providers.
Right, he's saying he has, in his mind, he's got two options. He is talking with Nordic, and if they end up saying no, he can go across the way. Granted, if they say no, it stops everything because nobody can do anything with that water.
Yeah, I do have a well permit and I have some water rights.
He could, if he's got a well permit and he's got water rights, he could potentially create a shared private well on the property. That's allowed by the law too.
And then what, septic?
Well, he'd have to have sewer unless he's got lot sizes above a certain size. I can't remember what, do you remember what that size is from the health department? Half an acre?
20,000 square feet.
20,000 square feet. So if he's got lot sizes above 20,000 square feet, he can get septic system and create a community well. He could also create a community septic system if the health department allows him to do that, which is what's the development over on the west side of Pine View, the newer one. Well, actually, there's an existing one too.
No, there's several like that.
Crimson or whatever that is. Yeah, they've got a common drain field rather than a full sewer system over there.
But those would all be requirements that I would meet.
No, I
All the
understand.
standards,
I'm
yeah.
just trying to get a sense of it, because this is the first time seeing this.
Charlie, do you have a rendering that zooms out a little bit to show that in the context of the entire form-based zone from Nordic?
Maybe somewhere. Oh, there we go.
Okay,
No, it's just the Nordic Valley area, but
but this isn't showing the zones. Where's the form?
This doesn't show the form
Yeah,
base.
form base versus the rest of the, oh, there we
is that the
go.
one you're looking for?
That'll work. So form based, FE3 is the other area. So it's surrounded by, like, I'm looking at there's a page in our packet. He's in FE3, form base is Nordic, and then there's the O1 and more FE3 is what I'm seeing. Is that correct?
I think so. I
Basically,
can't tell. what
FE3
you're
and a
looking
little bit of O1 on the opposite side of the Nordic.
Yeah, the old one that already exists over here on Nordic.
Oh, it's going this way. That's probably the ski mountain, right?
Yep, that's the ski hill.
Got it.
That's the new O1 zone that was put in place on the ski hill
Right.
in exchange.
So
for
that's on the ski hill. So this is the Nordic resort, and this is his property here, which is currently FB3, and he's asking for form-based.
Form-based, yeah, and it doesn't have to be form-based, more to.
So tell me more about that.
More to Dan's point, he's not sold on form-based because well, for this particular street type, I don't think form-based is gonna affect him very much. But if he's asking for a development agreement with a rezone, it's just rulemaking. I know you don't like it when I say that.
No, I don't. I also, we also are not a huge fan of the form-based, but form-based comes with a lot of, so there's gives and there's gets with form-based. It enables you to receive TDRs, which is what he needs to do what he's asking for. But there were also responsibilities when you rezone to form-based that you otherwise wouldn't have to do, which is one of the things that coming into the meeting earlier was a frustration of mine until the applicant overcame them. you know, things like all of a sudden you have to put in streets and you like, streetscapes and bike pathways and various things that have to go in. Are you saying he would not have to be subject to those? He would just get the benefit of being able to transfer TDRs in?
Essentially, so the way form-based works is you've got let's go with the true form base, which is your government institutional, your mixed-use commercial, and your vehicle-oriented commercial, and your multifamily.
Right, versus the residential, like that one.
Yep. So this leg,
Dog and bone or whatever.
yeah, so that orange right there, that's multifamily. The red is mixed commercial. Once you get into his side, the form-based street regulating plan shows small lot residential. Small lot residential doesn't require specific street type. They could just use the county's adopted street design for the area. It doesn't require specific amounts of and types of frontage. You can have residential facing the street, you can have front yards, all that kind of stuff. It does allow lot sizes to come down to as small as 3,000 square feet. It just doesn't allow you to add more density in. So if he doesn't buy more than 10 or 9 or 8, whatever it is, then that's the amount of overall area or acreage those lots are gonna be, right?
So I remember orange being, so red was
Mixed.
super density, super
Mixed use
dense, like the
commercial.
mixed use commercial and all that. And as
Actually-
you went to orange and then bled into yellow and green, you went smaller and smaller, but orange was mid-size or large lots or whatever, wasn't it?
So this color of orange is actually probably the most dense in terms of
So
residential.
large lots.
Yeah, so because this isn't quite as dense because this requires commercial opportunity to happen at the street,
Yeah.
where this does not require commercial. It could just all be multifamily
So
residential.
that's orange.
This lighter orangish yellow, yellowish orange, whatever you want to call it, that's small lot residential.
Small lot or mid-size? Because I thought we went down in like large lot, mid-size, small, or did we not?
We did, so multifamily, small lot, large, mid-size. and
Mid-size is
large lot.
yellow? You realize orange comes between red and yellow, right?
Yeah.
Just my own.
No, that's, so the gradation is red, orange, lighter orangish yellow, yellow.
But you're saying
Lighter
yellow is
yellow.
larger than yellow orange? Is that, did I not just hear that? Yeah,
Yellow.
that's what I just heard.
Yeah, yellow requires larger lot sizes than the yellow orange, yes.
Okay,
That means, sorry, larger lot sizes means less density.
right, no, I get it. I'm just,
Okay.
it's the color gradient that's messing with me. So the size lot that you were saying is required in the yellow-orange area. Is that commensurate with the size lot for the 10 homes he wants to put?
The 10 homes he wants to put will exceed the minimum lot size.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's currently with the street regulating map and the way it currently is written. Rezoning to form-based is actually not going to get him what he's asking for.
She's got it backwards,
Sorry,
Shirley. You got it
backwards.
backwards.
Yeah, I'm not entirely. He's asking for 20,000 square foot lot sizes. Street regulating has a minimum requirement of 3,000 square feet, means he's more than enough.
Okay. So he meets the requirement.
He
That's really
does.
what I was getting at.
He more than meets it.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now, what you could do through a development agreement is you could say, hey, we're good with your 10 half-acre lots here, but we're not okay with a whole bunch of 3,000 square foot lots. You could also say, because small lot residential allows multiple residences on it, up to 4 residences on it, you could say, we're okay with 1 residence per lot, 1 single family residence per lot, not multiples. So there's a number of rules that you can add as part of this consideration. Or hang the form-based code out to dry and give them a special deal like you talked about earlier today. You didn't approve the TDR request that the developer asked for, but had you done that, that would have been a fairly similar circumstance as this, where it's a zone that wouldn't otherwise allow TDRs, where you're creating a special rule for this particular lot for them to be able to use that. It's up to you guys and how you want to do it. Lots of different ways to do this.
We're way over time. I apologize. Have I answered the questions you have at this point?
yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, this is your work session. Are we answering the questions you want to hear from us?
I think,
I have a lot of if you can grasp what I'm putting down, there are a lot of concerns I have
Sure.
with this. When we received it, it's, you know, it's problematic. But you asked for the work session and I, you know, I'm trying to be as honest as possible with the responses.
it should not be problematic in the requirements section because we meet all the requirements.
That's what I just wanted to confirm,
Yeah.
was basically
We're not
whether,
asking for anything that's.
so there's no variance being
We're not
asked from
asking for
anything.
variances, nothing outside of that. And the roundabout isn't something we're asking for. It's something that the Nordic guys wanted to have. We don't need that. We've got all the utilities there, so we meet the compliance. And if it meets that zoning requirement on the form base, so we've got larger than the minimum side requirement. So, you know, other than people not wanting us to have any more density there, we meet all the requirements.
Okay, so I feel it's important to make sure everybody's aware, the standard procedure is not to accept public comment during a work session. That's standard. That's what always happens. I tend to err on the side of allowing public comment, except for the fact that we're already way over the time we're supposed to be having left. So I just wanted to explain that because I don't want people to be confused on why some meetings I'm very open with public comment when, you know, we've got plenty of time and yes, by all means, come and speak and do whatever. I did print out and all of my fellow commissioners have received. We have received a lot of public comment online. Some, and just since people are in here, I'll just say this, some through the technical proper channels of going straight to the planning office, some of it. My personal email is very readily available in the Valley because of all my blood drives and everything. So some people send it just directly to my private email. Understand that the process still has to be followed. So what I did, I responded to hopefully all of you that emailed me privately, letting you know the procedure. And I then forwarded it on to the planning office, who forwarded on to the commissioners. And I did, as I mentioned to all of you, I've printed out to bring it in. So I want you to feel comfortable that although I would very much like to have you all be able to speak, but I'd like our planning commissioners to be able to go home to their families as well. This has all been read and understood and will continue to be read and understood by the commissioners moving forward, however this application proceeds. And feel free to continue sending in public comment because I would imagine the applicant wants to pursue this application. So,
We want to recap with those who are here, if we're not taking comment, what the process is, so that they know that there is a process for comment.
So go for it.
Okay, so in order for this application to be formally heard, like the application earlier today was on the agenda by the planning commission, there's required to be a public hearing. Everyone within 500 feet will receive, well, we will send a notice.
Unless it gets returned.
We will send a notice to everyone within 500 feet, and if the post office delivers it to you, you'll get it. Keep your ear out for social media and whatnot, because most people, when they hear about this thing, they want to make sure their neighbors know. So that will, that meeting will come as a public hearing, and everyone will be able to speak to the issues, just like happened earlier today. And that'll come after a staff report has been published, so that you guys could go through all the details and see all the different asks and requests and offerings and whatnot, so you can come informed.
Yes, sir.
And I'm open to suggestions, comments also, if they wanted to contact me. Love to.
I appreciate that. It really helps with the community vibe for everybody if people can remain civil on both sides, by the way. And that the applicant is open to considering neighbors' requests or suggestions. It's your property, you can come forward with whatever you want, and it can be subject to whatever we say, but it really helps when you work with your neighbors.
I'd be glad to. And I do have a number of neighbors that are supporting. They just weren't here. But that's the nature.
I've got a lot, so have them talk too.
If I just mentioned to the
Yes.
public.
Yes, please.
If there is a public hearing meeting, it would be most likely on the 4th Tuesday of a month. So, and we only have a few more months before it becomes incorporated, so it'd either be on the 4th Tuesday in August or September or October.
Thank you.
So just FYI.
Clear your calendar.
I think they said maybe on the 3rd Tuesday, but I'm not positive.
Because of
Labor Day.
Labor Day and well, and then we usually adjust November because of Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
There's a couple months with holidays we
So
adjust.
you can either plan on the 3rd or the 4th Tuesday. So just check the planning website. It's all noticed on there. So.
May I ask about the scheduling, because it seems like Nordic is always the last one. We were here till 11:30 one night. Do you remember that one? Because we were
I
last.
remember being here.
You know, so is there a chance we can once in a while get thrown up to 1 or 2?
How do you number the things?
So we typically take them in the order they come and they're submitted. And so on this one, that's kind of how it worked. And so, but we'll try.
Please,
Please, yeah.
please consider.
Yeah, we will.
We would appreciate it.
But
Thank you. Hang tight, Commission. We have a gentleman over here. Okay. If it's, well, that you're good?
I can be back.
Can we put you on August 5th? We'll do all the review.
Thank you guys for being late.
Okay, actually, Commissioner Burton, if you guys are okay for 5 minutes, Commissioner Burton has requested that you go ahead and speak. Let's get it done.
Tammy, kind of already brought things up, but I just would say a couple of things. One, thank you for having great resources in Tammy, and I've never worked with Charlie, but that was incredible. And I have spent a lot of time in planning commission meetings, and so thank all of you for your service in that. And that's fascinating, that to me. Thanks, wonderful. Had nothing to say, but lots to learn and listen.
Where's the hallway? Sorry. Say that. The hallway. Thank you.
Charlie's gonna. Or Marta is.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I don't even have the applicant's name on the agenda. What is your name, sir?
Rick Bailey,
Rick Bailey. Thank you very much.
1310 North, 7275 East in Huntsville.
Thank you.
So I just have I am almost 22 acres. You see it here, I'll just keep fast here. So this is my existing home. It's gonna actually stand 3 acres. There's a small adjustment there. It's showing 2.94, but this is my existing driveway, comes into my home, and then I own, this was my original 5 acres, and then I bought this 17 acres here. This, as you can see, a stream bed here. It's kind of a shelf. We're up here and then we drop about 30 feet into some lowlands here. So there is about 4.5 acres of sensitive areas. But even taking that out, we have about 18 acres, 17.5 acres. So I have room to put 4 other lots besides my existing home on that property. And so what we're suggesting is just a small cluster subdivision, not quite as big as some of the other ones, just 4 lots. A private road. The road from this cul-de-sac to a turnaround or cul-de-sac here for fire would be about 550 to 600 feet. And so there would be 2 lots here. The existing lot would keep 3 acres, and then 2 lots here on this property. This would all be common areas. So I've already gone through the health department, septic and all that's all been approved. We've got those things in place. I think, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, just when you're going to get water, I was hoping Eden Water does come to our cul-de-sac here. We have a fire hydrant here in the cul-de-sac. But Eden Water comes to they're on moratorium and they say there's no end in sight. I think maybe because of previous situation that's going on, but they just could not give me a letter. They would love to give me water, they can't.
Right.
So I'm going through the Weaver Basin process. And in order to put a well, I would do a common well. That's kind of what's been suggested by them. And punch it deep. And so my common well would probably be off the hill here. Obviously, we have to have access to the common area. But as far as connectivity, we looked through that the other day and I think Tucker was there. There's really, the connectivity is here. It comes through the subdivision, possibly, where like Richardson's or Hogues or.
This is over Middle Inlet, correct?
What's that?
This is near Middle Inlet.
It is, yeah,
Little
just
bit.
a little bit north of Middle Inlet.
Right.
And so our subdivision in here, everybody has 2.5 to 5 acres and then. So anyway, when I bought this piece of property, I thought it was fascinating that the 5 out of 5 were just hoping to do something for our families, and a lot of us, maybe we're hoping to do it in the county, and now we're doing it safely in the city in the future, and so we would just like to work with you folks and
Sure.
get some things approved, but I can make this road as, obviously, we put it in, I think, as a 20-foot private drive, 24-foot easement. I don't know, I know it has to be, at least road base, maybe paved, and work with the fire on that. We think it's pretty straightforward. Tammy's been fantastic to work with. She's taken a lot of time, I think probably more than I deserved. But I know you won't approve that in this meeting. I would just like to see if you guys see anything that could hang that up. Because next week on the 31st, my water shares will get approved. If they get approved, then my check gets cashed and I'm an owner. I could always withdraw that if I see something here. So that was why I was hoping to meet with you tonight.
My only questions would be, so that sensitive land area, right?
Mhm.
And he's taken that out, this is to Charlie, but he's taken that out and it still pencils out to the number of units that he wants.
I haven't looked at it
It's
specifically
AB.
for that.
Oh, sorry, it's Tammy, sorry.
Okay, it's AB3 zone. He still has the acreage to be able to get the number of lots he's looking for.
Okay, and then that, and all of that shared space he's talking about is AB3?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, and it'll stay AB3, it's just that the development rights will be moved off, so it'll be open AB3.
Yes,
Okay,
with an open space easement on it.
okay,
Planning and engineering, we both looked at this. We don't see any need, frankly, while we would have Mr. Bailey stub that private road to his southernmost boundary, we don't see any need for that, frankly, to ever continue through. Given all of the water in that area
sensitive land, yeah.
and the way the roads are to the south.
And the cluster subdivision ordinance, when it comes to connectivity, says that there's exception to the rule. If it's cutting cost, if it would otherwise, sorry. If the road or pathways or whatever it is would otherwise cut across land that is important for conservation or preservation. So sensitive lands, green spaces, riparian corridor, et cetera. So the exception to the rule is already written into the rule.
Tammy, you said that the open space would become a conservation easement by the language in the agreement?
Become common.
You said conservation. or
There
easement.
would be an open
Oh,
space. easement.
Okay, so explain how
that-
that's different than the conservation easement.
Conservation easements can be written in a lot of different ways to allow for possible removal in the future. It doesn't mean that an open space easement couldn't be removed in the future. Open space easements are typical in cluster subdivisions. They're part of the dedication plat, so it's dedicated on the plat. There's no development agreement needed with this. This is a cluster subdivision.
How do you write it or make it go in perpetuity then?
It's on the subdivision plat. Subdivision plat applies a open space easement in favor of the county vis-a-vis the public. And so it's essentially the creation of an easement by virtue of plat. And Tammy's right, the difference between open space easement and conservation easement, minute and minor, but the county's not a conservation entity, just the county.
Right.
And so that's why we don't call it necessarily conservation.
So this would be in perpetuity then?
It would be.
It would be dedicated.
And you said you were buying water shares. Is that for irrigation or?
So no, that's just, you have to buy your well.
Okay.
Share, so
Okay.
four different well shares. I
Yeah.
think they say 0.65 acres,
Yeah,
or
they-
something like that. And but I'm hoping I would use a common well and then put those 4 houses on it. My existing home's on a well now.
And do you have irrigation water in there?
I do have secondary water
Okay.
as well, yeah, so.
Tammy, so I recently read the sensitive land area zone, but I've read a lot of zones recently, and so I'm not entirely remembering some of the conditions. Is there anything we need to worry about with the sensitive land being to the south? You said it drops 30 feet from now having subdivided, whether there's like fertilizer or any kind of chemicals being used to keep lawn areas that wouldn't have been lawn areas because there's a limit currently on how much you can irrigate.
Specific to that question with fertilizer, I'm not aware of anything we have in our ordinance. I know that we limit.
I thought there's something in the sensitive land ordinance that talks about certain
Does the sensitive lands ordinance apply to this property?
I
don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
Oh, I thought you said that wet area was sensitive land.
It's just here.
I
And
thought it was,
here,
right, that whole
Yeah.
lush area.
and so none of that would be in any of the.
No, I understand. I'm wondering if the bound, I thought I remembered in the sensitive land zone, there's,
It's vernacular, so sensitive meaning,
oh, it's not actually zoned sensitive land zone.
No, it's
we don't
not.
have a
Zone
sensitive
L1.
land zone.
Okay, well, there is an ordinance for it.
We do have sensitive, we have sensitive land standards, actually, maybe it is called zone,
It's SLO or whatever.
but, within the standards, if it applies to this, then yeah, everything that you've read would apply to this, but from
But
my
that's not
understanding,
zoned that.
it's not.
Okay, sorry.
My
When he mentioned sensitive, I thought it meant that was actually zoned sensitive land zone.
I think it was just out of my 21 acres, I had to take any sensitive unbuildable land
Got it.
out. And then still have enough to do my lot.
You just used hot button words and I was like.
Sorry.
So no, you're just.
I should've
you
never
might
said that word.
Switch to a different thing.
I'll give
Okay.
you a
yeah.
list of words you can't
Be more
say.
quiet.
Great, you're great. I was in the wrong. Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't know if the commissioners feel that.
So can I kind of let you know what next steps look like
Yes,
for
please.
Mr. Bailey? So this will come before you as a regular agenda item, as what's called a sketch plan endorsement. And again, you're just giving a nod. There's not necessarily a formal decision made with this. And then after that, Mr. Bailey will come before you with his preliminary or possibly final. It's a small lot, but it's a cluster subdivision, so it still has to come before you. So we need to, I guess, talk to legal and find out if it still has a preliminary and final approval step or if it goes straight to final. But either way, once he gets his sketch plan before you for endorsement from the planning commission, then his subdivision will come before you and he'll move forward from
So
there.
it'd be the August meeting for the sketch plan
Uh-huh,
vote, and then the following meeting
September.
for a legislative item?
Nope,
No,
for an
administrative.
administrative for
Okay.
subdivision approval.
Okay. Okay.
Cool.
Anybody? I'm good.
Well, thank you all. I'll buy you ice cream.
Yeah.
Next time.
Appreciate it.
Trying. Thanks.
All right. Got it. Well, now this is reminiscent of the way it ended up being. When I